I'm hitting my buttons. You know, chat, it just dawned on me. I probably need to talk to one of the Vanguard boys. I feel like they probably do highlights during their stream, and I need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we got Dr. Disrespect here. He has come back. For all of you who were waiting, right? For this man to come back. He's finally come back. And he has got a response. Like I said, unlike a lot of people who think better of it, Dr. Disrespect is here and he is prepared to
talk about the allegations.
He's going to talk about those allegations and he's going to give his response and he's going to tell us why he shouldn't actually be canceled even though he's canceled. So yeah, we got our No. Oh my god, chat. I need to get a better computer. Let's try that again. Nope. Let's try it once more. I feel good about that one. I feel really good about that one. Alright, time to pause, Harvest Dawn, and get going. So here's Dr. Disrespect's full... Oh, it's Jake Lucky, of all people, serving this up to us. Jake Lucky. Friend of the VOD. No, I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't know Jake Lucky, chat. I don't even know if he's good or bad. But I do know that he's talked about this particular fellow quite a bit. Let's see if we can get a better... There he is. There's our dude. There's our guy. All right. You ready for this guy? I sure hope you are. What do you got for us, Doc?
Oh, champs.
We're the champs. The Champs Club.
A lot of people donating. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. You know?
Chat, he's getting donos. This guy that's known for... He's most famous for whispering to a minor. Okay, and that's the official Twitch terminology that I'm using there. Whispering to a minor. That's what he's famous for, and he's getting donos still.
Are you nervous to be back? After what's transpired over the last couple months, am I excited to be back to this type of world? God. Man.
You better not get boring. I don't think this guy's a doctor, says Andy Boom. Are we excited to have him back? Not so much. Is that a wig? Why that wig? Why the glasses? So he is, I don't know, a character, right? So some streamers are just sort of themselves. I mean, I'm pretty much, you know, I wear the butterfly clip in real life too. No. But like a lot of streamers, you know, we're not that different than who we are in real life. Not this guy so much, right? This guy is, he's a character. And it's a lot of tongue-in-cheek. And that actually makes it worse, right? Because like I said, chat, he's going to talk about the allegations. And the allegations are quite serious. The allegations are no joke. Right? So it's a little bit even more problematic. You know, it's like I said, it's problematic already that he's like, you know, coming back and he's like, yeah, this is unfair cancellation. I didn't do anything wrong, right? But it's even worse that this guy is like, I'm going to do it in character. You'd think for something this serious that you'd get Guy Beam or whatever the fuck his actual name is and not Dr. Disrespect. But no, we got the doctor. So what's real about this guy? The mustache? The face? What's the sunglasses? What's fake about him? The hair. The hair is definitely fake.
So glad you're back. Hey, I appreciate it, Shane.
Is his character a skydiver? Wasn't that the character from... Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. Wasn't the character from Lazy Town a skydiver? Wait, let's look and see. Let's look and see. I feel like there was some... I feel like there was some talk around like this guy too. I don't know, chat. Do you think this is based? Do you think he stole his character from Sporticus? There was something kind of disturbing about this dude, right? I don't know, but not as disturbing as this dude.
It's good to be back to a certain degree, right? We got to figure out this monetization thing. So September.
But yeah, when you said skydiver, I thought about Sporticus because Sporticus skydives into Lazy Town. I don't know.
25th is basically when we can reapply for partnership on YouTube.
So he's talking about trying to get remonetized. There are so many people that I know about. All right. There are so many people that I know about on YouTube that Dylan Burns, right? Not exactly a friend of the VOD, but he seems to have gotten demonetized for like nothing at all. And he's not the only one. There's tons of people getting demonetized for no good reason. And like the idea that this guy would get remonetized, I can't get past the wig. How can he be back exactly?
You know, people ask, like, do I...
Hasn't he paid his debt to society?
Now that you're not getting monetized, you're not going to be streaming ever again, or you're on YouTube, are you? There's an opportunity to reapply, right? September 25th is the date. So in the meantime, we'll do what we need to do. I enjoy my time here on YouTube. You know, we've built a nice, strong community for years. This is where we started 16 years ago. 2008, I think. You know, I like my time here. And I like the community. We've got the best, realist gaming community, right? The Champions Club. And we've built it on this platform, and if there's an opportunity to reapply for partnership, and there's a date that's been presented to us, then I'm going to take it. In the meantime, like we always done, we've always stayed in our lane. We'll stay in our lane and continue to just put on a show. You know? For almost 4 years, champs.
What do you think he means by stay in your lane? Right? Does that sound like a Fortress arc? Does that sound like he's going to try to do the Vosh thing and just kind of keep to himself, keep to his own community, and try to just hope that like nobody brings up his past?
The public demanded to hear from the doc regarding the Twitch suspension. I guess since you all missed the point with my personal statement, maybe it's time to tell my side of the story. Huh, champs? You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules. My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know. But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. And again, champs, again,
This is too much. I feel like this is hyper real and not in a good way.
respected all the confidential obligations.
Like that he's invoking the Champions Club. You know, he's doing the community stuff, calling them champs and stuff like that. And they said that we couldn't talk about the allegations, but if one side talked about the allegations, then they played right into my hands. They played right into my hands.
But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations. Cody Connors, ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved, leaks Twitch's reported reason. Years later, Cody, why do this? What was the point? This was
What did he say? Cody Connors?
And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020. I mean, for what? Cody? Why? Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me?
Okay, so now the two-time, I believe he's referring to cheating on his wife. Is that correct?
Honors? You see, you don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any firsthand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch as Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also said the word minor, Cody.
So what were you whispering to a minor? What were you whispering to? What were you using Twitch's whisper function for? In order to communicate with a minor?
I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages? You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban.
You know, hold that thought for a minute, right? Because I feel like he's going to explain. I've gotten a little bit of a preview of this, and I feel like he's going to explain what he means by that a little bit more, right? So understand that there is a federal age of consent that all American citizens, he is an American citizen, right? This isn't a Canadian. Am I right? Not a Canadian. All Americans are obligated to that. That includes if an American goes to a foreign country where the age of consent is lower, right? It is still a crime for an American citizen to, to violate that. But I think what he's talking about actually is state laws, which, what is it called? The supremacy clause of that federal laws override state laws. Anyway, and also we're not talking about legality, right? In terms of people's disgust at this guy, it's not because he broke the law and we're all like super, fussy lawyer types, right? It's the ethical considerations of a content creator talking to an underage person on the platform that they stream on, or it really, in an inappropriate manner.
You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever.
So I gotta say, with these claims, the only thing that would substantiate these claims would be the chat logs, the whisper logs themselves. I'm not sure if anybody has those, or if they were, if they're releasable.
Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well. I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated this attack. These big-time publications, these journalists, these various outlets are sort of just gossip channels now, don't you think, champs? They act like they're just gossip channels now, without any real journalism and real research happening. They report on all this based on leaks from 2 former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the trust and safety team. If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth. But apparently that's just too much to ask. If these former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are, actually had firsthand knowledge, then what they conveniently left out is, 1, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting. And 2, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM. I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user.
Hey, bye-bye monetization, I guess.
That never happened. I even used the word...
So, chat, I mean, I've got some idea why he's picking out Cody Connors here. Why he's singling out Cody Connors, right? This is probably his best bet because, you know, this is Cody Connors tweeting out he got banned because he got caught whispering, you know, graphic stuff to minors in the existing Twitch Whispers product. That's a weird way to say it, but yeah, in Twitch Whispers. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read this in plain text. Case closed, gang, right? And then we've also got, I guess, is this stand-up or his band that he's promoting? Maybe his band? And he's saying, listen, if all 3 dates sell out, I'll tell you why he got banned. Without saying who he's talking about, but everybody kind of knows that, like, he's the one that made this tweet, so he's talking about the doc here, right? Gamer friends, if you're on the East Coast, you should come to one of these shows. Slasher is coming to the New York date. That's a 500-person room, and we're like 70% on pre-sale. I always act out around Rod. If that show sells out, I'll 100% explain why we banned him during the set. So that's why he's mentioning, I feel like Cody Connors is the most, like, the easiest target for him to attack, to deflect. Because like, so far what we've gotten from him is deflection. He's deflecting more than his glasses are reflecting.
Inappropriate. Purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including these defaming articles. I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned.
Mutual bantering?
Banned from Twitch in the first place. I mean, how would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by...
I'd look goofy as fuck. I'd look goofy as fuck, but I wouldn't look like I was doing something inappropriate with a fucking...
someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words.
Champs is absentee father language. I mean, that's his community. He calls them the champs.
And this is not a situation where a victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here. We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half...
Pepsi Man speculates that my DMs would be extremely dull and boring. I mean, maybe. It's boxing coach language. Yeah, that's right. Get in there, champ.
reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my...
Ooh, but actually that does make it worse. That does make it worse, right? Considering the allegations, the fact that he calls his community champs. Ooh, I didn't even think that this is kind of like paternal language, but it is.
Channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal. You see, I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch Whispers, I communicate with Twitch users. Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games and gaming politics, content creation, random stuff. This was the extent of my whispers with this Twitch user. On June 21st, 2020.
Whispers implies he was trying to hide something. Now, chat, do we all understand, though, that for Twitch, whispers are DMs. Like, Twitch allows you to send and receive DMs. It is a very buggy, very flawed program. When somebody sends me one of these, I usually don't see it for months and months and months. And then I'm like, ooh, sorry about that. Right? But people just don't use them. People don't use them that much. Most streamers, if they need to talk to somebody that is like, I don't know, somebody that, like a thumbnail designer or an editor or like a mod or something like that, they do it through Twitter. They do it through Discord. They do it through a better product, right? Because the Whispers product, as Connor was calling it, is or Connors. Wait, what's his name again? Oh my God, chat, I forgot already. Cody Connors. Yeah, as Cody Connors was calling it, right? The Twitch Whispers product is just like a lot of stuff that Twitch makes, not really something that you want to use.
My ex-Twitch partner manager learned...
And especially when it comes to talking to random chatters that you don't know the age of, right? That is that's an underline. That's a highlight of what I just said.
That I exchanged whispers with the Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything for me, my community, or my channel. For years. I'm talking no front.
So he's complaining about his partner manager. Most people do not get a partner manager. I think even if you're a partner, right? On YouTube, like I'm a partner. I'm a YouTube partner, right? And you get that when you have like what 1,000 subs and a certain amount of watch time. Like right when your channel looks serious, they make you a partner and you get monetized, right? So he's talking about partner on Twitch. That's a different thing, right? On Twitch, just getting the basic monetization is becoming an affiliate. Being a partner means that you have like a certain level of like concurrence in your chat, and I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stipulations for that, right? But yeah, most people that get partner do not have someone they can talk to on Twitch. If you get banned on Twitch, you are going on Twitter to be like, at Twitch, why was I banned? And then the next day they don't answer. At Twitch, why was I banned? And maybe if like your whole community retweets you and stuff, and you get like it gets passed on to other creators and they retweet you, maybe Twitch will get back to you. But a lot of people get banned for no good reason, and they can't really get unbanned. So the fact that he's even got a partner creator, like he doesn't realize how lucky he is. Glenn Southern says, "Man's a weirdo. Why would you come out and try to deny and downplay what you did in character?" Yes, Glenn Sutherland. That's the key. That's what makes this whole thing utterly unseriously. Makes it even more gross that he had a wife and kid. He definitely knows better. Yeah, what was he doing? What was he doing talking to an underage person on fucking Whispers?
Front page love. You're talking about the face of the platform, right? Literally, the face of the platform. And I know Champions Club remembers this.
I mean, if that's true, I don't know, chat. Was he the face of the platform? Was he the most popular streamer? I feel like you really fucked them over if that's the case.
We got zero front page love on the website. He was never on my channel. He didn't follow me on Twitter. He wouldn't even inform us about Twitch rival tournaments. We're talking about the 2-time Twitch rival tournament. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, what is the? I thought the 2-time was when he cheated on his wife.
God, would you want to play in it? We got zero support from this guy. And it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2000...
I still don't know, chat. Can somebody explain the two-time to me? I thought it was, he calls women toots. What is the two-time about? Is that, like, I thought that was a reference to him two-timing his wife.
2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence? The Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything.
He looks like someone hit randomize in a character creator.
To Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one.
Okay, the two-time is a video game championship. It's like, okay, wait. Oh my god, I can't. Back video game champion, back-to-back video game championships. Okay, so he won the video game championships 2 times in a row. It's not a reference to him cheating on his wife.
One more time, just in case anybody missed.
Brainsucker says he won a Tetris and NBA Jam tournament back in the 90s. That's where the whole 2 times... Wait, Twitch wasn't a thing in the 90s, right?
That one. The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this
So he's referencing something that he did a long time ago?
Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged. On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's special operations team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Okay, this is wild. This is wild. He's hiding behind legality. And legality is not really the consideration here, right? When you're talking about Dr. Disrespect in a very young person, right? There's more issues there than, like, was that technically the age of consent in the state that he was currently residing in? It feels like he's really very much trying to get by on a technicality here.
That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he have it out.
Somebody in chat said he needs to go get a job. Would you hire him? Would you hire this guy? Omega Star says, he's looking kind of dumb with his finger in his thumb and the shape of an L. Wait, does this make an L or does this make an L? This makes an L, right? The shape of an L on his forehead.
He had it out for the 2-time. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team. So a day later, on June 25th...
I mean, to me, that just sounds like Twitch is, in some ways, protecting themselves, right? In case there is a law enforcement issue. If there is a law enforcement issue and they don't elevate it, then they're sort of on the line, right? It's their product. It's their violence. That's two for violence. So yeah, we got 5% on the dono goal. We got 2% for violence. For the tiniest violin in the world for President Sunday. That's what we'll be playing if that's what gets chosen. Glenn Southern says he did not win. The Blockbuster Championship for both years are on YouTube. So he's just lying. Bro is just lying. Is that what you're telling me, Glenn? Dude is just lying.
The LER analyst pulls the entirety of the whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the LER team. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you, I went through a multi-year, a big-time arbitration, okay? And, you discover a lot of stuff.
Sounds like a drink you'd order in a speakeasy.
Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't.
You want to watch that again? Let's just roll that back for a second.
Anyone's messages look inappropriate.
Guy Beam, the man behind Dr. Disrespect, you should not have done this in character. All right? You made a huge mistake in doing this as the doc, and the only thing that I can oh my god, that's not how it works. The only thing that I can conclude from that is that you were trying to use people's like parasocial relationship with that character to your advantage. You're like, do it for the doc. Come on.
Even when they aren't.
Look, let's roll it back one more time. I want you to see this, right? Like, if you want to be trusted, if you want to be taken seriously, maybe take the fucking sunglasses off, bro. Maybe.
At that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made the decision to suspend me from Twitch. Twitch submits a report to NCMEC. You guys all read those little articles, huh? The NCMEC. Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement. Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting. The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any.
There's two different things going on here. There is a company that has a extensive business relationship with you. You are making a lot of money in that platform, and that platform is making a lot of money off of you, all right? And that company is deciding if they want to continue that business relationship, given what happened, right? That's a separate matter from whether, like, whether whatever you said is indictable or not.
Anyway, Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
There it is. There it is. That's what he's claiming. That's what he's claiming. Age of consent in the jurisdiction of what? The victim? Is that what he's saying? I'm sorry, dude. You just gave away the game right there. Did you think this was going to absolve you?
Jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
So he's trying to, yeah, his argument hangs on like a specific age of consent in a specific jurisdiction. Like it wasn't illegal there.
Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third party, including the partner manager. It's fucking unbelievable! I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case, but these former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge.
Look, I feel like he just gave us everything that we need to know to analyze this, right? He's hanging his hat, he's hanging his claim on the specific jurisdiction and it having a more lenient age of consent.
They just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not.
If you would have talked to me, champ, I would have cleared it right up. His wig and his outfit are so insane.
Not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from their other streamers? I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean, just take a look at me. Right?
Let's fix the mic. Are we good, chat? Are we good?
Unfiltered. The realest motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, unfiltered. The realest streamers. These former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch...
Because you're being a creep and they don't want to be associated with that.
Twitch treat the doc so differently from...
They want to keep their platform safe for children. That's why.
Their other streamers.
Yeah, Rob Ford says the realest MF in the industry.
I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean,
6'8" cell block one will not care.
Look at me. Right? Unfiltered. The realest motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, college degree, college athlete, bourbon business, gaming studio, beautiful family. And trust
Okay, chat, you got to tell me, what is this guy's college degree in? What do you think?
me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father. And to
We've worked hard over a decade? We champs have worked hard? What? This is a level of parasociality that I'm just not used to, and I'm a fucking politics streamer. Right? I've talked to Destiny. I've dealt with Vosh, right? You know, I know about some parasociality. That's wild. We've worked really hard, haven't we, champs, on making me a better person. And I guess that's in reference to the cheating on his wife, right?
get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Okay, bro, it's not about perfect. It's about not messaging minors in DMs with weird, inappropriate shit. Billy Randall says ag sci. Agricultural science.
I don't claim to be perfect.
So yeah, people are bringing up Rush Limbaugh and his vacations in the Dominican Republic and Thailand and possibly in places where the age of consent was different than it is in the US, or at least where stuff that he did involving that might be overlooked more likely. Looked it up. He has a bachelor's degree in business administration. Well, I mean, that's the most appropriate degree, I guess, for what he's doing.
Sometimes I do.
He's got a degree in video games.
But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did. But then that...
Taco Cat says, dude, if being perfect means not being weird with minors, the bar is truly in hell. Yeah, it's very low.
doesn't make a story.
It's way down there.
They wanted media attention. The media wants...
Twitch wanted media attention to the fact that they had somebody acting allegedly predatory on their platform. Twitch wanted media attention for that. Right? Do you understand how much Twitch has to lose? Right? So, parents could regard Twitch in one of two ways, right? Either it is a responsible and safe platform that their kids can use, in which case Twitch gets those views, or it is a dangerous and gross place that they don't want their kids anywhere near, in which maybe Twitch does not get those views unless the kids can figure out how to get around the block. But
controversy. And by sensation,
I just don't understand what he thinks that Twitch has to benefit from, being associated with this incident. Like they're not trying to get them in the news. This isn't good news. This is unabashedly bad news, even for Twitch. Even though they did the, ostensibly the right thing in this situation, right? It still makes people wonder. It still makes people nervous. It still makes people feel weird about Twitch. I mean, look at the reputation of Kick, right? All the fucked up shit that happens on Kick. And look, Twitch doesn't have that reputation, and they don't want to get that reputation. Hence, kicking you. And hence the fact that I guess he's a Kick streamer now, right? Isn't he mainly
sensationalizing all this with big, inaccurate headlines like sexting and sexually explicit? You all got what you wanted at the expense of the tube time. The reality is they wanted to cut down the dock, plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never...
Okay, like, unless you explain that, it sounds like a persecution complex. It sounds like you're saying that you're being gang stalked by Twitch's safety board, right? It doesn't, like, unless you provide like a reason for that. Why did they want to cut down the dock?
Banned. I've got some...
Why would they want to kill the goose laying golden eggs? Because that is what a large streamer is to a platform like Twitch. They are money. Why do they want to get rid of money? There's got to be a reason. It's got to be that there's greater risk in keeping you around than there is in kicking you.
Examples right here. Example number 1. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent.
Okay, so chat, now, I know that Twitch does have rules against like somebody using N-word, hard R in like a hateful way, like in a racist, like anti-black way, right? But they don't have rules against, like, say, like a black streamer using the word with a soft A, which has a completely different meaning. We all understand that, right? That there's a difference between what he's implying and what probably happened, what he's probably referring to. Like, I don't know who he's talking about, right? Like, I mean, there's streamers like, black streamers on Twitch that use the soft A, but that's a different thing.
Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his conduct was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies. Why wasn't I called into a meeting? Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration?
It's not about what you said on stream, it's about what you said in whispers. That's why.
Champs. Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never
goodbye monetization.
Suspended, but instead
God damn.
given a multi-million-dollar contract. Example number 3. Streamer was reported.
So does anybody else find it a little chicken shit that he's obviously referring to streamers on Twitch, but he's not using anyone's name. So this is a little bit chicken shit here.
Reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract. It's so obvious that...
Again, we just have no way to vet what he's saying.
Certain Twitch executives, employees involved had personal biases against the doc and used all of this as an opportunity to terminate my contract. Go back and Look at the timing of all this, too. Huh. The doc's termination lines up with two preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers leaving Mixer. As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, and go look at the timing.
Wait a minute. Okay, so now one detail I do remember from this case is the fact that this guy got paid out, right? He made a big deal about that in his post. I think it was the same post where he put the word minor in there, and then he later went back and edited the post to take out minor, and people caught him, and then he edited it again to add the word minor back. But he's mentioned this before, that like he was paid out, and that implying that he's got to be like that he didn't do anything wrong because he was paid out, right? So what he's claiming now is that two people left Mixer. Mixer used to be a streaming platform. I think it's closed down now, right? It kind of failed, and they went to Twitch. So he could be talking about contracts now. Chat. Contracts are agreements between a streaming service and a very large streamer. This not going to happen with me. This does not happen with most people, right? You got to be huge. You got to be huge to get a contract, and right, your contract is going to be maybe a little bit more lucrative than just the general Twitch contract that you get. Sometimes the contract involves exclusivity. You can only stream on X platform, or sometimes like with Ludwig's contract, he's exclusive to YouTube, but he can stream events on multi-streams, right? So, I mean, that's what we're talking about with contracts, right? I don't know if that's what he means, is that he thinks that because there were two big streamers coming off of Mixer, that Twitch wanted to sort of give them his contract money. But again, this doesn't make sense given that the guy apparently got paid out for his contract.
These other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform. So Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate the two-time. You see, I shouldn't even be banned from Twitch. It has affected us on so many levels. Back in 2020 and now in 2024. And Cody, Connors, I just have to say it again. Why would you do this? Like I said, this was handled professionally years ago. No fucking wrongdoing. But because of you, Cody?
Twitch banned him. He went to YouTube to stream, and maybe to Twitch too. Sorry, not Twitch, Kick. I think he probably streams on Kick and YouTube. But when this stuff came out, I think he lost his monetization. So he streams on YouTube, but he doesn't get ad money, and he doesn't get any.
We just lost. Fuck, man. Unfortunately, we have to lay off people from Midnight Society.
Okay, now that's weird. That's weird, chat, because if you've been following this thing, Midnight Society is a separate entity that he was associated with, right? That did, like, so I guess exist for, sort of because of him, but it's a separate entity, and they cut ties with him.
Right. Because of you, Cody.
Glenn Sutherland says, Brooke, Doc can't be this dense. Twitch paid you to make you go away and silently so they could distance themselves. Yeah, that's exactly right. Right, Twitch, he's implying that Twitch wanted a big controversy, that Twitch was somehow benefiting from a controversy. Look, if a streamer makes an accusation against another streamer, like, that controversy could potentially be beneficial for that streamer. It could also blow up in their face, right? But that's reasonable. When you say a platform wanted the controversy, and the controversy is, did you say inappropriate shit to a minor on their platform? That is not that's not a helpful controversy. That doesn't help them. That doesn't make people be like, ooh, I'm gonna go check out Twitch now. It makes people think, ooh, should I ban Twitch? Should I block the website Twitch on my kid's computer? In other words, the only ramification of this becoming more public is Twitch losing views potentially, losing watch time. And I wish it wasn't that callous, and it wasn't just like, didn't just come down to the bottom line, but with, you know, corporations, it kind of does. They don't do anything to be good. Generally, they don't do anything because it's moral. They're doing stuff because it is financially beneficial, or not doing stuff because it is financially harmful.
You know, through all this, we are where we are. And like a fucking man, I'll accept it. What I don't accept is sitting quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations. No. For all these doc haters out there too, oh man, the ones that project and project and project and project and worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset. I could care less. We've always stayed in our lane. But somehow, some way, these people, they just get in our lane. For all you doc haters, I'm sure you'll dissect all of this and still find a way to publicly criticize me. Do what you need to do. I'll say this isn't for you. This was for my team today, my community, my friends, la familia that have supported me. And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there. Look,
so you straight up admitted that exchange of whispers.
Bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch user thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody Connors, or the public is claiming that I did. That's it.
That's it.
I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right? Unless I need to, because trust me, I have more I haven't disclosed. I just want to get back to what we do best. Put on a show and climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain, man. In our own lane. That's it.
That's it. All right, so look, are people taking this guy seriously? Are people taking his comeback seriously? Obviously, there's some people that are just either parasocially attached to this guy, like their identity was somewhat subsumed by being a champ, by being part of the Champions Club. Yeah, but by like living their life vicariously through Guy Beam's Twitch/YouTube/Kick character, and they're gonna support him. Like I said before, he's made some overtures, he's made some vice signals towards the far right, and you know, there's going to be a certain number of those people that just see him as a victim of like everything that I'm getting from this. It feels like he's trying to portray this, he's trying to narrativize this as a cancel culture sort of incident, that he wasn't really in trouble for doing anything inappropriate with a minor. He's in trouble because he pisses off them, right? And so it's just this weird right-wing thing that he's trying to do. And a lot of people, you see them go for that right-wing parachute cord and pull that and be like, oh yeah, I'm against the they-thems, right? And that's why they canceled me. No, dude, they canceled you because you were fucking having a private conversation with a minor that looked inappropriate and that crossed a line that it shouldn't cross for a content creator. But yeah, he's trying to ride that. So I mean, you got those people. Like, he just tried to hitch his train to the Nick Mercs, to the heel versus babyface, to all these like shitlord streamers, right? In order to have that kind of conservative backing that will stick with you, just like they stick with Trump, regardless of what happens. So yeah, it's weird to see him try to turn this into politics or whatever he's claiming. Like they had a different standard for the doc. Okay, why do you think you're persecuted? Do you think this is an anti wraparound sunglasses, anti parachute vest? I don't know. Anti first person shooter bias or what? Dr. Disrespect's full 20-minute response to Twitch ban allegations. Rough summary. He's reapplying for YouTube monetization on September 25th. Will be streaming regardless. In his Twitch lawsuit, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly. After the lawsuit was resolved, settlement said no one could speak publicly, but if one side violated, he could respond. Calls out ex-Twitch employee Cody Connors for leaking the reported reason for the 2020 ban. Doc says that there will be repercussions for accusing him, stating, "You don't know shit. You don't have any firsthand knowledge. You said I did." A minor through whisper messaging. Talks about the legal definition of sexting. Talks about the legal definition of minor. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This is, he just, I don't know. I'm more sure than I was before. This guy's up to no good. Says user was over legal age of consent at the time of message. Yeah, and then says like in the jurisdiction they were in. Says you never intended to meet the user. He never made plans, and they never did meet. Twitch's trust and safety team admitted the messages weren't and acknowledged that it didn't constitute material. He said that there was no exchange for explicit images or messages. He said he used the term inappropriate purposefully in his initial response, but said it was mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context. I feel like if it wasn't inappropriate, if there was a better way to frame this, then he would have, right? Like these are his words, and now he's trying to take them back. Oh no, I mean mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes, right? Said Twitch never had a legal analysis on whether his messages were illegal. Notes that his ex-Twitch partner manager never supported him and carried a grudge against him. That same partner manager involved in him getting banned, supposedly. Twitch user he was accused of inappropriately messaging said they didn't want to report anything to Twitch. Apparently, user was encouraged by ex-partner manager to report the situation to Twitch. This is according to Doc, right? I don't think we have that from anybody else. Said partner manager personally escalated the situation to Twitch law enforcement and response team. So they pull entirety of the whisper message. Doc says they cherry pick and choose a few out of context excerpts from the message. 1 hour later, Doc is suspended. NCMEC was reported to Doc's messages. Case was not escalated to law enforcement. Oh my God, stop. No. Twitch banned Doc without legal analysis that his messages were even illegal. Doc was banned without him or the alleged victim being interviewed. A judge determined the messages weren't illegal. Says he's 6'8" and beautiful. He's 6'8", beautiful family and life. Accuses other Twitch streamers of bad acts, but were never banned. Someone using the N-word repeatedly. Someone, we heard that, all the weird, yeah, and he doesn't mention who, right? Accuses Twitch of using this as a way to terminate his contract, right? Again, they paid out his contract. Like, who does he think he's fooling? He's talking out of both sides of his ass. References two big streamers being signed to Twitch around this time, assuming he's accusing Twitch of freeing up capital. That's what I thought. Freeing up capital, terminating Doc's contract to keep other big streamers. But he got paid out, didn't he? That was the whole point. That was the whole point he made earlier. Says he has more, just won't disclose. These are statements according to Dr. Disrespect. Okay, so I'm wondering if anybody's got... There's a Reddit post from his subreddit. I'm just kind of wanting to find the do you remember the tweet? The tweet that he made. Somebody's got to have screen capped this. I can't find it. I think this is the one. This is the one, right? This is like the beginning of it, right? But I just wish they had opened this up. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've been upfront and real with you guys about anything I can be upfront about. And I'm willing to accept responsibility, which ... And then, okay, so this is basically more about quartering. And this is the kind of person that's still defending him, right? To the extent that there are people still defending him, it is like ideological or parasocial. Wait, is Nick Merckx actually responding? No, this is old. This is old. Throwing away the Dr. Disrespect costume I wore. There's more Nick Merckx, June 26th. Yeah, Nick Merckx was defending him too, wasn't he? That's not what we're talking about right now. Oh shit.
Hey, look though. Hey, look.
Tyson not.
Let's go take that break, bro. Like, just like, you know, go reevaluate your whole life and shit. Damn.
Oh shit, wait, this is old. This is June 25th, right? Yeah, this was... I'm about to give up on this. Wait, why is Brianna Wu involved in this? That's old. Everything on here is like old. This is all from like this summer. I'm looking for... Actually, I'm looking for something older, though. I am looking for the... original... God damn it. It's not going to be on here. It's not going to be on... We're not going to find it, chat. I just wanted to find the message. Right? His denial or his... whatever he issued. What if we put it like this? Come on. There it is. There it is. That's it, right? All right. I think I got it for you. You can't see it, can you? It's better, slightly. It's frustrating, isn't it? It's frustrating. I'll read it to you anyway. The Twitch ban. Hello. I'll make this a quick statement. What if I put it on this? Is that... Oh, there we go. That's much better. I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the effing bullshit. As you know, there's no filter on me, blah, blah, blah. That's why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studios. That's a game studio. Okay, thank you. That's what Midnight Society is. And they got ties with him. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and we made a painful decision. Wait, this is just him saying he's stepping down, right? I don't know if this is the one where he... So this tweet got deleted. Our team is incredibly full of incredibly talented and good people that have high ambitions and families. I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but the reasons are for reasons outside of my control. I'm not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now the 2 former Switch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations. I can tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whispers? Yes, this is the right one. This is the one I was looking for. So were there Twitch whispers, whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. They were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and the case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have been brought up against me. So that is the... Anyway, chat, that's about enough of that story. That's about enough of that story. We are done with that story, okay? Can we be done with that story? I think we can. I think we can be done with that story.
Let's get to Venezuela. Not just the...
All right, so we got the main attraction, the main story to get to. Hasan Piker in his... Now, why am I talking about Hasan if the subject is Anna Kasparian? Good question, right? This is apparently what spurred TYT's video, right? Their video is not just their take on the situation. It's actually a pushing back, according to Anna Kasparian, against streamers out there that are spreading misinformation. Now, if you've heard the, kind of rap on Hasan, a lot of times it boils down to that. Dude said that Russia was not going to attack Ukraine, and Russia attacked Ukraine. Holy shit, he's not psychic? Yeah, that's right, he's not psychic, right? He said the same thing that Zelensky said. He said the same thing that the State Department said, and he said that he didn't think that was actually going to break out into a war, and it did. And I mean, there's other things too, right, that he gets dinged for. Now, does he sometimes get into breaking news that I myself don't like to touch? Yeah. I tend to let news settle a little bit rather than just going right into the breaking news for this reason, because so much of what you hear in the initial reporting of a situation is often off, and you want to kind of know what you're talking about before you start talking about it. So I don't really play the game that he's playing with breaking news, but that being said, I don't know, it feels a little bit overblown, and especially when it's coming from Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian is saying that this coverage that he did of this boomer Facebook viral video that's been sweeping the nation and has been characterized as as proof that Venezuelan gangs are taking over a small suburb of Denver. She wanted to give her spin on it, and her spin is very credible towards almost any claim that's made. and it doesn't have. There's no real skepticism there, right? But anyway, we gotta watch Hasan's reportage before we can make sense of Anna Kasparian's response. And look right off, okay, right off. This is a video on Hasan's channel. It's 31 minutes. TYT's doing like 10 minutes on this, right? So it's already more in depth. It's already more in depth, the Hasan video on this than Anna's video was. And I feel like there's more actual research that went into it too. But you be the judge for yourself, right? You don't have to agree with me. Just like I don't have to agree with Hasan, and I don't always agree with Hasan. But I feel like compared to his haters, he's right more often than not. Anyway, let's take a look at this Venezuelan gang story. Oh wait, we do have to. Let me check. I've got Shakespeare says choosing violence. Shakespeare chooses violence, and violence it shall be. And violence it shall be. That brings us up to 5% for chat chooses violence, and 10 out of 100 chat. That is 1/10 of the way towards 100%, which is not nothing. It is not nothing. Remember, chat, if you donate, whether it be a super chat, a super sticker, whether it be getting yourself a membership, and thus giving yourself the gift of, or gifting to someone else in chat, right? If you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my Throne account, which is either right there or right there, depending on what stream you're watching me on, the URL for that. If you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on the hour, and I guess happened like, what, 17 minutes ago? God damn it. Like 14 minutes ago, whatever. Right? I missed it, chat, but I'm supposed to let you know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You might have just experienced it. You can skip it for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or you can skip it for, I think, $4. I think it's $4. I think they got a discount on them because it's September this month, so you can skip it a little extra cheap this month, or possibly be gifted a sub. That sometimes does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you need a gifted sub, if you're active in the chat. So yeah, we got Hasan here. We're going to get into this. And remember, whatever kind of donation you do, when you do it, let me know which of these topics you want to see next. Right now, we got 40% for Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. We got 21% for Chat Chooses Violence. That's the second place. And then in a tie for third is Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. In other words, how to get radicalized, how to become alt-right via the YouTube algorithm. And Demon Mama responds to West Side Tyler. Demon Mama is gonna maybe, sort of, almost, possibly. Oh my god, I gotta put the volume way down for this. She's gonna
Talk about the allegations!
Yeah, or not. Maybe she doesn't talk about the allegations. Maybe she's just full of shit. But you'll see if you end up picking that one and that one ends up winning, then that's where we'll go. That's what we'll talk about. Whoa, something just happened. Why am I not seeing stream alerts? That's super weird. Oh, there, because it happened in a different stream. Omega Star with the 5 gifted memberships to YS Project. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Del Len, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Adria Staley, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Dudist Priest, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Thermobaric MRLS Launcher, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chat, I have no idea why why these are not playing. The only thing I can think of, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Narwhal. I do need to change the shorts title. The only thing I can possibly think of is maybe if I like reset this thing. Yeah, refresh the cache. We'll try it, chat. Next time somebody subs or donates or does interacts with YouTube in any way, we'll see if we get the. You're supposed to get stream alerts. It's supposed to do this thing, like when you gift memberships, it goes like, and then when you do a super chat, it's supposed to go like, and then read out your chat. But I don't know why it's not doing that right now. It's kind of disturbing me. I'm not sure. We'll see if that works. We'll see if that helps. But I feel like we're ready to get into the main topic for today. Ow. My headphones are hurting my ear. They don't usually do this though. All right, let's try this. See what we got here. Something like that, chat. There we go. Alright, so what do I gotta do? I gotta hit my buttons. Gotta always hit those buttons. Always be hitting buttons. That's what I was taught in streamer school. The most important thing that you can do as a streamer is to always, always, always be hitting buttons. Including this button. Which actually worked this time, because we got Hasan Piker, but I'm actually not sure. Chat, tell me, do you think this is too much streamception if we do it like this? I feel like this is how I like to watch stuff like this. All right, so we got Hasan Piker. This is the original video. I mean, there probably are some. I mean, I think he'll go over everything. This is a main channel video, so it should be pretty put together. Austinox, thank you.
Let's get to Venezuela. Not just the country, but basically has taken over parts of Aurora, Colorado.
Well, some families in Aurora speaking up after reports and video came out of Venezuelan gangs taking over their apartments. Well, last week, city leaders acknowledged the presence of Venezuelan gang activity in the city. Came after a resident shared surveillance video showing men with guns in a hallway at a complex near.
Wait, I gotta say, okay, so this is the viral video, right? That's the one that you might have seen. Here, I should make it, so you can actually see it. There we go. That is the viral video. This is supposedly a ring cam in the apartment building in question. I believe it's called the Whispering Pines apartment complex. And this is a apartment complex with apparently a absentee landlord, where trash pickup, you know, just the basics like of like fixing people's stuff is not happening. This is your classic slumlord sort of situation, right? This is a ring cam supposedly in that apartment building, and this is the video that went viral. And through this video, contextualized as Venezuelan gangs taking over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, this has got all the boomers up in arms over. It's got all the elements that tickle their funny bones, right? It's got immigration, it's got violence, right? It's got violent immigrants, right? It's basically the perfect story for your racist aunt or your boomer uncle or your boomer grandparents or your boomer parents to send to you and try to be like, this is why you got to vote for Trump. But you don't got to vote for Trump. Remember that.
12th in Dallas. Well, today residents there, along with former residents of an apartment on Nome Street, that one closed last month.
Okay, so now that Nome Street one, there actually was a criminal act that took place there, right? The other apartment, the one that they're showing, the one with the ring cam, like there's nothing confirmed about it. And this is what you're going to get about this story. is that a lot of the details are just based on speculation and cannot be confirmed.
When they were there talking to reporters, they blame the building owner for.
There we go. So yeah, this is essentially a protest of residents, right? So these are the residents of the apartments, and they're mad because it's been reported that these people in this apartment are this like violent, group of Venezuelans, and some of them have been threatened because of this, right? So they're out here protesting, trying to get media attention, saying that the problem is not gangs, the problem is our landlord. Our landlord is not present. Our landlord is not doing shit for us. And we want the media to pay attention to the real story here, which is that we're getting fucked over and we're put in a dangerous and unsanitary situation by virtue of this landlord.
What's happening?
Just like at Nome Street, the same landlord is here, and they're trying to push the blame on the families and the residents, but we're not going to let that happen.
They are demanding the city of Aurora hold the owners of the apartment complexes accountable. You can look for more on this afternoon's rally with your reporter for Aurora, Tori Mason. She's going to join us tonight.
Local level left. Jurinsky's in league with the slumlord, has been helping evict people and slowing the city from prosecuting him. Message you in Hoscourt as well. I work with these people while I was in office. Would love to tell you what's going on. Sure. You wanna come on and talk to us? You said you were a council member, right? It's a fabricated story concocted in partnership with John Fabricatore. Okay, dude. Now that sounds fake. His name is John Fabricatore, and he's
John Fabricatore. This has got to be a friend of Edward Gregorian's, right?
fabricating a story. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Let's just get your initial thoughts about what we saw in Aurora, what we're hearing about in Massachusetts. We know that this is all across the country, but specifically in Aurora, why would the Aurora Police Department be reluctant to say this is a typical gang activity from trained Arawak?
Because they're woke. Because when they killed Elijah McClain, they did it in a woke way. That's why.
Well, I think they're looking to substantiate proof in a law enforcement setting for a judicial proceeding. Well, you can highly suspect that it is gang from Venezuela. Until you actually can prove it, they're going to be reluctant to put out.
Yeah, cops always are so reluctant to make broad sweeping declarations that vilify.
You're going to see a lot of that in this story, right? And what it basically is a set of right-wing assumptions that everything that is the status quo, everything that is the establishment is woke and liberal. And chat, this includes like the cops and the military, two institutions that are anything but left-wing, two institutions that veer very steadily to the right and not to the left. The people that are attracted to this kind of job do not tend to be left-wingers. But they're gonna sort of play off of this idea that the cops are somehow in on this shit, in on this like liberal plot to take over a city near you soon with scary immigrants, right? In other words, this is fear-mongering.
Marginalized groups of people, and then also literally lie about it in a court of law, a practice so popularized in American policing that there's a term for it. It's called test-the-lying, like testifying, but instead of the "fy," you put the lie in there. Test-the-lying, lying on the stand. That's how commonplace of a practice that is. Having said all of that, it is wild that this it still is like, yeah, these cops are, they're
I'm sorry, what did his son say? I'm pretty sure he didn't say the F slur.
Brave boys and girls in the blue, and they're doing due process. They're doing investigations, and I guess they haven't found sufficient evidence, or maybe they're not. They looked at the Ring video footage and were like, "This looks insane. Let's go investigate." I know that they did that because I read a USA Today article where the police chief says Colorado apartment is not being taken over by Venezuelan gang despite viral images. So what did the cops do is a question that you might have in this situation. Well, they went to the apartment complex and asked around. Here they are at the apartment complex asking around. Here's some more viral, well, less viral, but still, images of them doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. And also, they asked the tenants, and the tenants were like, yeah, no, there is no gang coming around collecting rent. For the record, I do want to point to something. Do I believe that there is gang activity in a slum? Yes, I do. In an underserved community, can some of those gang members also be a part of this Venezuelan gang? Sure. Do I believe that the Venezuelan gangs have actually overtaken some of these slums and are collecting rent? No, I don't. I don't believe that. That's what is more likely in this circumstance is the slumlord decided to hit the racism button in an effort to evacuate the slums that he is the landlord of, that he is left in a dire situation, and instead...
So look, if you're familiar with moral panics, of which I would say that this is one, you might be familiar with this phenomenon here, right? Somebody that should know better stoking a moral panic because they know it kind of short circuits people's brains, right? When it's a very clear cut case, like you are an absentee landlord, you are not, doing your due diligence as a landlord, and your residents are suffering, that you can say, actually, I was scared off by this Tren de Aragua gang. And what are they? They're a gang from Venezuela. They're migrants and they're criminals. And your boomer aunt and your boomer uncle, like their ears prick up when they hear like violent immigrant criminal, right? That is a narrative that they can plug right into. So yeah, I mean it's somebody, sort of using that short circuit switch in people's brains.
Is trying to get them out of there so that they can, I guess, like demolish it and rebuild something else. Has anyone actually figured out where this apartment ring video footage came from? Because I know it was like a lady who claimed to be in an apartment and scared of like the gang activity or whatever, and then they just like told her to get new locks on her door and then also get ring cameras and whatever, and then she took this footage to a racist council councilwoman in Aurora, and then the councilwoman literally was like, we're gonna move you out of there, and then they moved her to like a different apartment or something. Also, why did they cut the feed is immediately once the door opens? Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck it is. I don't know where the video came from. All I know is the person who was responsible for the footage from the door camera is like relocated to a better apartment, apparently, by the very same councilwoman that like has made this a national story. I mean, I rest my case. Dare I say more?
Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. Yeah, I guess the police are woke.
Interim police chief woman. Yeah, something's
DEI.
Going on here. Methinks it's woke.
Officers out here.
Oh my God. I think Republicans are going to start doing that. The methinks type shit. They already do like epic bacon posting. It's wild how little.
Wait. What? Epic bacon posting? Chat. This is old. Do people still bacon post? Is this a thing? Chat, is this real? Seriously though, what is up with this? The bacon post. What is going on with the bacon post? Hank Packer is cool. Hank Packer is pretty cool. What's up, Dat Katie? It's why is he calling it a slum? It's annoying. I think it generally refers to the way that a landlord maintains a building, right? When you've got a landlord that does not care very much about their residents and the residents' living conditions suffer, yeah, it tends to get called a slum. Like, or the phrase is actually slumlord.
We give off,
which sounds a lot more epic than it is. Okay, epic bacon is internet slang phrase which originally meant by some to mean something was cool or excellent, but its usage became synonymous with cringe meme culture. It is used as a way of saying something is annoying or overexposed. It combines epic and bacon, both outdated. Yeah, I mean that's true. Epic and bacon, that's pretty outdated. Both outdated internet fads and will sometimes include lay, so as in le epic bacon. People satirizing irritating topics, inexperienced internet users, or people that are out of touch with current internet culture. Okay.
But like,
so that's why it's used. I got it.
Actual people that we supposedly are, we supposedly seem to care about in this story, like the tenants that are being brutalized by this gang. And then like when tenants are actually asked, they're like, yeah, there's no gang takeover, man. What the are you talking about? And it's like, there's an absentee landlord though. What is this? I've been getting stories of people too. That tell the truth. They're afraid to speak out because no one does anything. Girl, I'm a property management in an apartment complex in Aurora, and we've been getting large number of Venezuelans moving in, and the properties never looked as dirty as it does now. We charge them trash fees, but they don't care because they have all these.
I mean, look, there's racism in this story. I'm not sure how much of that's coming from Hasan. Like, I'm seeing a lot of racist shit here. Right? Large number of Venezuelans moving in, and the properties never looked as dirty as it looks now. We charge them trash fees, but they don't care because they all have organizations paying for up to a year of rent. Also, gunshots at night. I mean, this is just your classic, like, resentment spurring, like, you know, demonization language.
Fees organization paying up for a year of rent. Also, gunshots at night, and police never show up. I had a guy walking around with a knife, and police never showed up. My husband had this.
Christian Strand says, methinks late epic bacon slumlord is cringe.
The man. Wow, what a source. Thank you. Hey, look at my racist property.
Wait, is this
source.
literally just a property manager on Reddit?
Who are you gonna believe? The actual victims of this supposed gang activity, who also happen to be brown, or this property manager that's saying Venezuelans are disgusting? Yo, this story is awesome. It contains multitudes. All right, local level left. State your business.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, good to finally meet you. Big fan. Before I start, I just want to let you know that you're part of the reason I ran for office originally. So thank you for being an inspiration to me and a lot of other.
So what is this, like a local official in the area, I'm guessing?
All across the country and the world. But yeah, I was on city council from 2019.
Chat, is that what is it called? Guest star on Twitch looks like? Is that what that's about?
I got elected in December 2019 or November 2019, and ran for mayor instead of running for my council seat because we've been in the minority out here. For those of y'all who don't know, Aurora is a heavily Democratic city. It's fairly progressive as well. This was a place that,
which is funny because I think they have a Republican mayor.
Sanders just crushed in 2016 and in 2020. But unfortunately, our current state government and Democratic Party are run by our Libertarian governor, who you're familiar with. So
now I don't even know about this. It's like a meme. Like Jared Polis is not like an actual Libertarian Party member, as far as I know, but people are saying that he has like libertarian tendencies.
Basically, last year I worked with.
Oh, that's right. They have no income tax.
The East Colfax Community Collective and Unidos por una Nueva Economía, UNE, United for a New Economy, to go after slumlords in our city because it's been a huge issue. You're probably familiar with the Nome Street property. That was the first one that kind of made national news. I actually went and toured that building last March or May. I think May, actually. I got pictures and everything if you want them. Brought those photos to our city attorney and to our regulatory agency basically in the city, and they were like, yeah, this rises to like a criminal level of like neglect and disrepair, just because there's a history of going after this property in the city. It's been a nuisance for a long time. Basically, it's an out-of-state slumlord who owns that property and a couple of other ones, some of the other ones that are involved in this manufactured story, and he's just never done anything about it. He intentionally rents to folks who are like, you know, can barely scrape 2 pennies together, takes advantage of folks who are undocumented, but also has documented people there who are like re-entering from the criminal legal system or who just frankly can't get rent anywhere else. So a lot of like month-to-month leases, really does like a piss poor job of maintaining the property, obviously. Threatens people. I heard stories from tenants when I actually went there and knocked doors and talked to folks where the guy who's their property manager sits in an office behind like steel bars in front of the window with a shotgun on his lap and a pistol on his hip and walks around and intimidates people, posts notices of like, oh, we're going to, you know, fine you an extra $200 for whatever reason, just things that people aren't even responsible for, but there's no recourse because, you know, these folks either lack the legal means to protect themselves or are undocumented and don't want to get involved with the police. But the fact that, like, you know, that they're saying, no, this is like a gang related issue is complete horseshit. This is 100% a slumlord who is trying to find a way to basically continue to neglect this and to come out of this looking clean. So what's happening here is, you know, obviously we're 60 some odd days out from a presidential election. There's a guy named John Fabricator. I know.
Here we go.
Like, you can't make up these names, right? But
yeah, I thought you were lying when you said
What's that?
fabricatore. I thought you were lying when you said John
man.
Fabricatore. That sounds crazy.
No, like it is wild, but like you can't write this, man. Like I'm surprised the Onion's still in business. But yeah, so they fabricated this story about, you know, a Venezuelan gang taking over apartments in Aurora. And what I want
That's a real guy. Wait, they call him Fab? They call him Fab? Fabricatore.
The property and turning into house.
Wait, is this like a cop? Is this a cop? Sounds like these people are being terrorized by Americans. Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, literally, Galactic News Network, right? There's been some issues of is I think one of the we'll get to this, right? But somebody got like a text, right, that was like threatening them, because what this does is essentially paints the residents of this you know, apartment complex as being, you know, Venezuelan immigrants that are somehow involved with, you know, this scary organized crime. And so rather than, you know, what you're going to see from Anna Kasparian is going to be to see the, you know, well, I mean, like these people are victims, right? They're victims of their landlord. And that's what they're saying. That's what the protest was about, right? This whole thing got started. This whole thing got spread. And the story is, the mythos is that this really bad, like, Venezuelan gang has like taken over the apartment complex. In some versions of the story, they are moving more Venezuelans in. It is almost like they are talking about Venezuelan immigrants as if they are an infestation. And in some versions of it, they collect rent and they've chased off the landlord. And that the real thing they need to do is bring the landlord back, make the landlord safe, right? When in actuality, everything that we see looks more like they are being victimized by their landlord. They are being victimized, and you know, they're vulnerable people who, either due to issues with documentation or issues with you know, prior arrests and stuff like that, or for whatever reason, are forced to go to this particular landlord to get charged too much for substandard dwellings. If that makes sense.
Housing cooperatives, because these folks don't already afford to pay rent. They just don't have someone who's willing to take care of the property. So let's just hand it over to the tenants themselves. These are hardworking people. Man, I toured their units, right? Like where they didn't have like the roof, the roof like caving in and letting in water. They take really good care of their living space, but it's like rodent infested. There's roaches and all this other stuff because this guy's a piece of slumlord, has never actually done anything for his tenants.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like.
Wait, Miss Katonic asked, "Do we have vigilante gangs?" Listen, we might have some Hell's Angels by the end of this thing, or we might not, or that might actually turn into a meme by the end of this thing, right?
He was not like he didn't even like pay for the trash collection because there was like a lot of trash piling up.
Billy Randall says, "I feel like John the Fabricator would be a great name for the head of a Thieves Guild tabletop RPG." Yeah.
And then it's being presented as though like the Venezuelans can't take care of themselves, when it's like,
exactly,
no, you have to have, as a property manager, like the city should be suing the property manager for not actually taking care of the trash.
Yep.
But instead
it
is turned. Okay, so they did. So the city did actually take action against the slumlord.
It takes years for this though, because this guy has I think he lives in Florida, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Brooklyn.
He has the means. Yeah, he has the means to just drag this out. In the meantime, like, these people are still living in squalor, and he's just working with Jarizki and the other fascists on council and our dope mayor to, like, and I don't mean that in a good way, like, he's,
oh, that's Mike Kaufman. You know, okay, yeah, we got some
talk Biden, like, he does that too. He literally falls asleep in the middle of council meetings. He doesn't know what's going on half the time. But yeah, so they're working together to basically protect this guy. I don't know, maybe he's a big donor. I haven't looked into their campaign finance records that closely, but yeah, like, it's a whole just made up story that is now putting our community at risk because, like, we have immigrants now who are terrified. So it's creating this whole mess, and this is all because this.
So it's giving people a reason, you know, as if they needed one, as if this wasn't already happened, but it's giving, you know, racist people with racist, you know, kind of inclinations, more of a reason to dehumanize, to threaten, and to further marginalize, you know, not just undocumented people, right? And not just people from Venezuela. You know how this works. This is going to spread. Anybody who a boomer racist uncle could even speculate might be Venezuelan is going to be it's going to be getting shit for this at the very least, right? If not, like, have their, you know, be put in danger.
guy wants to run for Congress against Jason Crow, who he's the guy that defeated our now current mayor back in 2018. I think you know who Crow is. Yeah, he is trying to basically drum up this whole narrative about Aurora being a sanctuary city and like, you know, doing all these things to bend over backwards to defend immigrants.
Here's a Westword.com article. Aurora judge rules gang-fearing slumlord can wait until February to resolve charges away from jury. Zev Baumgarten, who claimed the Venezuelan gangs took over his property, can now resolve outstanding code charges on February 14th. So they like delayed the trial, which he was, like you said, it takes a long time. It seems like there was already a trial in place, and he has been able to use the media-driven panic narratives of Venezuelan gangs overtaking his property in an effort to basically avoid prosecution. So it's pretty obvious what's going on here.
Yeah, it's confirmation bias, right?
Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is give you a timeline, right, as far as this story goes. Now, I don't know, I can't trace back to exactly when this started on Facebook, when this started to get spread, when this shit went viral. I'm not entirely sure, right? But I get the feeling that it would have been like over the past weekend at like the, or maybe even prior to that. Maybe it's kind of been bubbling up for a while. But regardless, it started to go viral. You had Tyler Oliveira cover it. Chat, one in chat if you know who Tyler Oliveira is. People understand. People know this person. Tyler Oliveira, right? He's a guy, I can't remember what kind of content that he used to do. I think it was like Mr. Beast stuff. And at some point he figured out that there was like a lot of money to be made in like super racist thumbnails demonizing homeless people, thumbnails demonizing like, you know, drug users, or, you know, just any kind of demonizable person, right? It's going to end up on his thumbnail looking inhuman and being used to drive clicks. And this guy gets a lot of clicks. This guy gets, you know, millions of views on his videos, right? Tyler Oliveira. And his shit is just super exploitive. That's all he does. He exploits people that
it was so peaceful up here, but now there are
they can't really do anything about it. Welcome in, communist invading radicals. Yeah, so he just exploits people, right? And so it ended up in a Tyler Oliveira video. And I think at that point, that was when Hasan started looking into this, started researching this, and has sort of produced, like, my understanding is this is kind of Hasan's, one of Hasan's editors, right? This 30-minute video is kind of like the most concise version of Hasan's coverage of the situation. And so, you know, I've seen Hasan cover it. I've actually seen Breaking Points cover it. And surprise, surprise, chat, their conclusions were pretty similar. So we're going to take a look at Hasan, maybe a little bit of the Tyler Oliveira and the Breaking Points. There's also a Tim Pool video. Maybe we'll take a few minute look at the, we've gotten too much Tim Pool already, haven't we? We're a little oversaturated on the Tim Pool, maybe. We'll try to keep the Tim Pool to a minimum, but I'm going to show you how different people cover it. And then I'm going to show you how TYT, Anna Kasparian, I'm going to tell you how they cover it. And just watch.
Right, so that's why this
just notice the difference.
Spreads like fire on Facebook and on Twitter now, because Musk has turned it into an even more of a hell site. But yeah, now we're playing catch up, trying to explain to people what's actually going on, right? Like, I live here, like it's safe as any other place. None of this stuff is actually happening. But man, it's something that you talk about a lot. Like, there's just no media literacy anymore. So people see something spun out of context.
Okay, no, you are not kidding. I feel like you might even be making an understatement. All right, chat, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the breakdown of consensus reality. And it worries me. Not that consensus reality hasn't already broken down a decent amount, but somebody compared this situation to the Olympic boxer, right? And how the story of a trans person unfairly beating up a woman boxing competitor, like, just spread like wildfire before people even realized like what actually was going on there. Which, you know, we're not talking about trans people in that story. It's got It's got nothing to do with trans people, right? And yet it didn't matter because the story where the boxer is trans spread faster than the truth where the boxer is not trans. And so that's what we're dealing with here. And this isn't the first time I've seen this. And I fear, chat, I greatly fear this will not be the last time I see something like this, right? I feel like this is happening more and more and more. And because I'm in my side of the media bubble, I'm not even sure if I'm seeing, like, to what degree this kind of stuff ever resolves itself in the fever swamps in which it's hatched. I suspect, and I fear, chat, that it just metastasizes. It just gets more entrenched. There's never a moment of like, oh, geez, we were all wrong about that. We made a bunch of assumptions that ended up not being true. Let's have better media literacy from now on. I don't think that's what happens. I don't think that's what happens with your Facebook auntie, right? I don't think that's what happens, right? I suspect that it just gets worse and worse. And that really worries me because that really means that in a huge way, we are not living in the same world.
Excuse me, something spun out of context or just fabricated, and they run with it. And it is nationwide news. While like this is the first time I think anyone who has like been trying to counter this story has gotten in front of someone with an actual following. So thank you for giving me the ability to do that. But like it's insane.
It says here on this article that according to records from the Aurora Police Department, Baumgarten is the owner of the apartment complex at Nome Street that was shut down by the city on August 13th for outstanding code violations dating.
Okay, so yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Fitzsimmons Place on Nome Street, owned by the same landlord. And at this place, there was actually a documented crime, right? The other place, Whispering Pines, they haven't documented a crime yet, right? They've got the viral videos. They've got some testimonies that you know, for various reasons, you may or may not really trust. And then they've also got a bunch of protesting residents saying that Venezuelan gangs are not the problem, that the problem is actually the landlord.
Back to 2020, including rat infestations, backed up sewage, and pileups of trash. Hundreds of residents were evicted in the process. Baumgarten was scheduled for a jury trial in Aurora Municipal Court on August 27th to resolve 81 charges, and then at a second date on September 5th to deal with the 24 charges he faced related to unlawful vehicles. According to an August 5th statement from Red Banyan, a Florida-based PR firm hired by CBZ Management, the company that Zev Baumgarten that owns this property, which ran Fitzsimmons Place, the complex had fallen into severe disrepair because of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua has scared away its property managers. Fitzsimmons Place is also listed online as Aspen Groves, but according to Red Banyan, CBZ Management prefers to identify the property as Fitzsimmons Place. So this gang narrative exploded basically when I think one of the tenants like released this in coordination with the council member that you talked about. She released this video saying like the gangs have overtaken this apartment complex. I'm terrified for my life. And then the council member literally took this tenant away, Jurinsky, and gave her another apartment. So there's like a financial interest for the tenant to keep repeating this narrative, even though I haven't seen or heard from the actual tenant at all. I'm wondering like what happened in that ring footage. Like what?
No. Wait. Sorry. According to an August 5th statement from Red Banyan, a Florida-based PR firm hired by CBZ Management, so CBZ Management ran Fitzsimmons Place. Wait, I thought this was also owned by the same landlord. Maybe the landlord is. But yeah, a PR firm. We got a PR firm involved here to try to give you the spin that actually got overrun by gangs, and our brave landlord actually ran away because it was too scary, and the liberal police wouldn't do anything. Wow, chat. I'm just noticing how much. Oh my god. So yeah, sorry for those of you who've been. It seems like gifted subs are not showing up. They're not making a stream alert anymore. We just had Narwhal by Nature just donated 5 subs. Das Smith, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Hassashock, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Christian Hull, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Handavinka, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Mr. Garrett, you've just been weaseled, and that's... You all got weaseled by narwhal. You got weaseled by a narwhal. You got weaseled by narwhal by nature. And that's a good thing. So, yeah, sorry that that's not working. I'm not sure what's going on. But that does push us forward 15 points in the dono goal. We're now at 25 out of 100. Again, if we hit 100 by the end of the stream, you get an extra piece of content. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you. And I'll make sure this time that it is a actual topic, not a video game. We'll play Fallout again because I feel like I owe you some more Fallout, but that'll be separate from this. So, yeah, Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic is now at 38%. Chat chooses violence is at 24%. Demon Mama responds to Westside Tyler at 20%. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. How to get radicalized by autoplay at 18%. And make sure when you donate to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your dono as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And right now, yeah, it looks like Brianna Wu is somehow ahead. Just God, Brianna Wu, you got popular all of a sudden. You got popular.
So that's something that my council friends have inquired about. They haven't gotten a good answer from the police department on that just yet. But to this point about yeah, this lady absolutely had a vested interest in telling the story that people wanted to hear, right? If you're gonna get a better apartment than the slum that you're currently
Brianna Wu, it is.
You'll go along with it, right? If they're influencing you to do this, you're more likely to go along with it as well. So it's the whole thing smells like just horrific.
Yeah, and I'm reading here, it says CBC Management, a company registered Baumgarten as a property manager for Fitzsimmons Place, along with 10 other properties across New York and Colorado, according to his website. 4 CBC Management properties in Aurora have outstanding code violations. I guess the Venezuelan gangs have also overtaken those other ones as well.
Oh, brother, not only that, they were here 2 years ago, so they're time-traveling Venezuelan gangs, right?
Yeah.
So, TDA is that much more dangerous than
the outstanding violations have been happening.
Look, yeah, look. We talked about immigration. We talked about the danger of immigrants. Now we've got time immigrants, right? They're not just from another place. They're from another time. And they've come to this time to take your gerb and to mess everything up for you, right? They're here to do... They're here to steal your Pikachu, is what I'm trying to say. And your Sonichu, chat. They're going to steal all your Pokemon.
This is 2020, not 4 years ago. No, it's been happening for even longer than that, it seems.
Suntent.
They've overtaken they've overtaken the
chat's talking about Suntent. Right now we're looking at Wu Tent.
The management, just CBZ management, by the way, nothing else. Only CBZ management properties across Aurora, it seems. And it certainly can't have anything to do with the slumlord. It's probably, you're right, time traveling Venezuelans and residents. Aurora, so the code violations happen. Aurora says, and residents from its properties in other parts of the metro area have complained about neglect as well. On August 13th, the same day as the mass eviction from the Nome Street complex, an Aurora Municipal Court judge granted an unopposed motion to vacate Baumgarten's jury trial, which pushed both court dates to a pretrial conference on February 14th, according to court documents. That pretrial conference will give Baumgarten and his lawyers a chance to resolve the charges with Aurora's prosecutors instead of in front of a jury. However, the case could still go to trial if neither party can agree on a resolution. Baumgarten also waived his rights to a speedy trial, according to court documents. And you're saying that there is potentially a connection between the Councilmember Jurinsky and CBZ management.
Yeah, I always follow the money with this stuff.
So yeah, this is just one of the people that Anna gets aggrieved that Hasan is being unfair to.
So yeah, our campaign, we passed campaign finance reform.
Look, I gotta say this, all right? Not that Anna Kasparian would ever watch content made about her that disagrees with her, chat. Not that Anna Kasparian is the kind of person that busily named searches herself and sees what's popping on the Anna Kasparian hashtag. But if she were to ever see this, I would challenge her to react to Hasan's stream rather than sniping at Hasan without really speaking to what he's saying. Because it just seems downright cowardly for Anna Kasparian to kind of... It feels like she's not willing to engage with what he's bringing, right? If she really... Because what she's claiming, right, is that Hasan is a source of misinformation. And this is misinformation, and it's harmful misinformation, and the people like this councilwoman that Hasan is casting shade on are actually good people, and they did nothing wrong, and they're just trying to be helpful. If that's true, Anna, you should be willing to watch Hasan's video on stream.
Back in 2020, and I think that the new portal went up in 2021. So if anyone wants to go do some snooping, you should be able to see the 2021 campaign contribution filings, and all the way up to present day in case they might have come later. But yeah, like this is too, I don't believe in coincidences. Like this seems way too organized.
It always peeves me a little bit when people say, I don't believe in, there's no such thing as a coincidence. There kind of is. There kind of is, but not always. Some things are not coinky dinks. Some things are that way. But yeah, obviously what he's trying to say is like it doesn't seem like a coinky dink to me.
It's tying into a Republican congressional campaign and directly buying into Trump's anti-immigration rhetoric and the broader fascist movement that we see in the United States. Like he mentioned it in that thing, the interview that you watched a little earlier, right? So I don't believe in coincidences, especially when it comes to politics. This all seems orchestrated from the top down to me.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, and, man. Thank you for the great work you do.
Yeah, ditto, vice versa. All right.
Wait, I'm sorry, orchestrated from the top down. That does sound like a little bit of a reach, maybe. But I think what he means is that he's saying that he thinks that the slumlord has some sway with a politically powerful person or two, right? I don't think that he's saying that there's an evil plot being hatched in the, offices of the Republican mayor to demonize immigrants necessarily. But
have a good one.
Take care, man. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, that was local level left. He was an Aurora council member from 2019 to 2023, and yeah, he was able to offer us a little bit more insight at the ground level from Aurora. Sorry, local level left on Twitch, where obviously time traveling gangs of Venezuelan migrants have overtaken specifically CBZ property.
Of one tenant in particular who says,
okay, I'm sorry, that transition fucked with me.
Unlivable since the day he moved in back in March. And to make matters worse, the lawyer says the owners of the apartment made up a story about migrant gangs overrunning the complex when
the MAGA mayor latched onto the story.
By the way, this was 2 weeks ago, before the actual mainstream media coverage on it. 2 weeks ago. Hey, chat, turns out 2 weeks ago, local news was on it.
Clear the city was about to take action.
They didn't have any excuse until it was leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning this building. Only just about 2 weeks ago did the Baumgartens and their company.
I low-key agree. I mean, I guess I need more evidence. I need more evidence to conclude that we're dealing with somebody like, I mean, like obviously, people like landlords often have sway in local politics, more likely than you or I having sway, right?
Companies hire a public relations firm to start pushing this narrative that the building was taken over by gangs, and for that reason they had to cease property management operations. But the reality is they had ceased operations long before this news leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning the building.
Many tenants staying in hotel rooms tonight after the city and nonprofit organizations stepped in to help.
Wow, dude, that's crazy. But of course, the truth is, unfortunately, especially when the victims are marginalized people, the truth is not going to go as far as a completely made up narrative, especially at a time when the made up narrative ties so perfectly to the overarching national narrative that like migrants are doing gang activity all around the goddamn nation. It just seems like not even the local residents think it's a race.
Megastar says, I love that Hasan gets into the thick of stuff with actual people.
Besides whoever released the ring footage, yeah.
Venezuelan immigrants part of the Tren de Aragua gang breaking into an apartment complex.
Bro.
They make it look like they're fucking coming for you. They make it look like they're in this fucking jail cell just waiting to bust out. And like, I don't know, this local news like loves to fucking sell, anything that can kill you, anything that's like coming for you, anything that's gonna fuck your shit up, right? It's not even like, I mean, obviously there's like a racist bias too, there's an anti-immigrant bias as well, right? But anything, like if it's a shark that's gonna eat you, or if it's a gang that's gonna kill you, or if it's whatever the fuck it is, that's what they live for. That is their content. That is their banger content.
They trained their Ragwa gang.
They opened all the asylums, yes, and Hannibal Lecter is coming out.
And then literally posted
the electrified shark
image of like MS.
Wait, that's literally okay. This is this guy's thumbnails. Every single one of his thumbnails is like this shit.
13 from the.
It's like he's standing outside of some like Mad Max hell world. That immigrants or drug addicts or whatever homeless people have like taken over, and he's gonna show you
the prison that they have in El Salvador.
Everything on Twitter is telling me we're going to show up to a war zone in this apartment complex. I doubt that's going to be the case. So I hopped out of the car and walked straight up to the apartment complex with no clue what was going on and with hopes of not getting shot with a scoped rifle. Are most of the people that live here from Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Y yo fui uno de los primeros que llegó aquí a los edificios.
Bien.
El principio fue bien, pero después que cambiaron la administración de los edificios, todo se volvió nada. Todo cambió, todo cambió. Los edificios no sirven, no good los apartamentos.
No bueno aquí.
No good.
Oh, interesante. Pregunta.
The pug is a weapon. He's like, oh, interesante.
¿Es tren de Aragua aquí?
No. ¿Es tren de Aragua aquí? No está en la biblioteca. God, it feels like we're in Spanish class. No. Like he's literally got Spanish class level Spanish, I think.
Okay. Fake news? Falso news? Okay. Gracias.
What did he say about fake news?
Yes. ¿Es tren de Aragua aquí o no? No. No? No. ¿Peligrosa aquí lately? Or no?
It's like, wow, man, some cutting edge, real investigative journalism, dude. It's just
This is fucking cringe. This guy gets millions of views on his videos, and he is so fucking cringe. He's standing out there saying, "Es tren de Aragua aquí?"
Welcome back, Adolf Hitler, dude. I swear to fucking God. Yeah, coming in here with his Peggy Hill ass Spanish, being like, oh, Faco Nuzo, Venezuelan gango, Faco Nuzo, donde es
Peggy Hill Spanish, yeah.
Venezuelan gango. Are they doing violence to you? Violencia. It's like talking to a motherfucker about to do his like 11th hour on Uber Eats driving. Donde está la gango, sir?
Also news.
Prende?
¿Apartamentos o no?
It's white as fuck.
No sé, porque yo vivo trabajando, yo vengo al trabajo y a dormir.
Tren de Aragua.
I just work and I sleep. That's mood right there.
No corren los apartamentos.
No.
Wait, what are we looking at? Were those like were those what it's like a candy. Wait, what was that? What was that?
No sé, porque yo vivo trabajando, yo vengo.
I can't even remember what these things are called.
Okay.
Y a dormir.
Tren de Aragua.
What are those little disc candies? You know what I mean? There's those Smarties. Yeah, they look like Smarties.
No corren.
Are those Smarties? Why are there Smarties? Chat, why are there Smarties? There's money, there's pictures of dudes. Oh, what are these, like, wanted posters, wanted signs, or mugshots? And then there's Smarties. There's Smarties. Why are there Smarties? This triggered Anna. I think the Smarties triggered Anna. Yeah, apparently this is what triggered Anna, yeah.
Los apartamentos.
No.
Los reyes de los apartamentos.
Creo que hay una desinformación.
Does he even know what he's saying? I get the feeling he doesn't know what he's saying.
Con respecto a un video que anda circulando. En realidad, a mí no me han extorsionado. Yo no he pagado. Yo siempre pagué aquí a los propietarios, como tal, siempre. No puedo decir que hayan pandillas aquí porque.
Wait, does he have like a translator on his phone? Is that what he's doing? Because yeah, I definitely get the feeling he does not speak Spanish in any. Like I don't speak very good Spanish. Like I'm not communicative in Spanish, but. This guy is really. Smarties are like M&Ms, but better. I mean, sort of. I don't know. You know what I really like, chat? Is the peanut M&Ms. Anybody else like the? That's what it is. Narwhal by Nature says that might be something illicit. That might be illicit.
Tengo conocimiento de
It might not be Smarties, in other words.
y sería una injusticia uno hablar lo que no es. De eso deberían encargarse las autoridades de investigar bien y si es cierto.
Mexico and Venezuela are separate countries. Seems sort of racist just to put CJNG as a reference in the video. Gotten addicted to Nerds gummies? What? Nerds gummies? Okay, that is, yeah, exactly. Who needs drugs? Chat, I was talking yesterday about getting a sorbet, like a berry sorbet, and putting atomic Sour Patch gummy worms all through the sorbet, right? Like, that just seems so good. That seems like the best thing. But yeah, also Smarties are kind of good too. Like, it's funny when you don't eat something, right? Or when you haven't eaten something in a long time, it kind of feels like it would taste really good. And you're just like, oh, I really want that. But in reality, I mean, it's kind of a curse. It's a little bit of a curse. They're selling Smarties as Molly. Yes. Like, getting candy is a curse. If somebody gives me candy, I'm trying to give it to somebody else. I'm like, do you want this candy? Can you get this away from me, please? Take this away. Take this away. Take this away. Right? I like the way it tastes. I think it's really cool. But especially Nerds. Wait, so is the Nerds gummies, is it kind of like the Nerds rope? Nerds are so good, though. Nerds are so good. Smarties are chocolate in other places. What? Oh my god, chocolate would ruin Smarties. Sprees are better than Smarties? Sprees are good. U.S. candy is illegal to be sold here. That's probably for the better.
Do you think it's motivated by...
Ooh, Narwhal by Nature's got the emotes for the atomic gummy worm Sour Patch berry sorbet.
fear of immigrants and xenophobia?
Este video está maldito. I would tend to agree.
Creo que...
Like, I don't think this motherfucker genuinely thinks Tren de Agua actually runs this apartment complex. You want to know why?
Like a small piece of nerd rope?
I don't think that. Because you think this Iowan dip would be traveling to Aurora to go be like, Tren de Agua, are you here? ¿Dónde está la Tren de Agua? If he actually...
Es Tren de Agua aquí.
Actually thought that his life...
Tren de Agua.
No, exactly.
Like, he's like calling him out.
He doesn't believe it.
Like, they're gonna fucking come out and be like, yo, what's up, dude? Tren de Agua here. What do you need? What do you need?
Hay una campaña en contra también de nosotros.
Which one is Nestle, Smarties, or M&M's? I'm not sure.
Bueno, yo creo que las autoridades deberían abocarse al problema como tal. Aquí hay muchos padres.
Wait, either he's using his phone to record, or he's using his phone to translate. I can't tell.
Las personas que tenemos nuestro proyecto, que vinimos con un futuro, que vinimos a construir un futuro, ayudar al país a que salga adelante. Y creo que nos están metiendo a todos en el mismo saco y no debería ser.
Pregunta para ti. ¿Es falso información regarding la Tren de Agua, los criminales aquí?
Falsa.
You got a door in the window right here. You got a barred wall on the wall. Someone's definitely driven into it. Everyone here's chill, but something's going down. We have broken glass over here.
Something's going down.
I don't know.
Yeah, no shit, dog. It's the slums, brother. What the Yeah, I love that you...
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
See a place in, like, dire poverty, and you immediately think, well, something's gone down here. It's like, yes, dude, they're poor.
I don't know if we want to find out what's going down in there, but there's some noise calling me in. There's broken glass, broken windows.
There's some noise calling you in?
Broken doors everywhere out here. Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tú sabes del video?
No.
Allí. Okay, es peligroso.
Okay, he's not...
Oh, that's too good.
¿Tú sabes del video?
No.
Allí.
But the guy in the video didn't go, pa, pa, pa.
Okay, es peligroso.
Okay, he's not getting what he wants out of the tenants. I suspect that at a certain point, he's going to do one of those...
Okay, like, this has got to be the very funniest Tyler Oliveira video.
Classic Tyler Oliveira things, and go find, like, a white supremacist, like, blogger in the area whose name is, like...
This is what he does. This is what he... If you've ever watched his videos, this is literally what he does. Right? He does part of the video. He goes and talks to people in the area where he's trying to dehumanize people. And then he goes and he finds like a right-wing blogger to be like, oh yeah, I'm from this area and I know about this is really bad shit. These people are into bad shit. These are bad people. Look at these bad people. Are they even human? I don't know. I don't know. Let's go and exploit them some more. Cadbury was a shitty company, but there are flake bars. Flake bars? I feel like I really liked Cadbury cream eggs when I was a child. But now thinking about them and imagining eating one, it's disgusting. It's what the fuck is that shit? Like, what even is that shit? I don't even know. They're bad hombres, says Shakespeare. Yeah.
Per Hitler, 1488 to come in and just be like, yeah, there's a lot of gang activity. Actually, they my mom, and they said this one is for Maduro and for communism, and then that's like gonna be the end of this. I don't know. I doubt that he's gonna. Yeah, the Tim Pool method, exactly.
I feel like I used to take the Cadbury egg, I would like bite into it, and then I would suck out the egg part, and then I would eat the rest of the chocolate separately.
Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tren de agua aquí o no? Mucha.
Hola. Hola. Tren de agua? Yeah.
Okay. Bien. Tren de agua is here, he said. I said,
they're here. They're here.
And find out. Oh, great. This is not a good sign. We got.
This is not a good sign. Was that from the protest, maybe?
What?
This is not a good sign. Look at that. There's a fuck around and find out sign with a evil smiling emoji with sunglasses. Me llamo es annoying asshole.
This is not a good sign. Folks, Tren de Agua has put forward some scary signs that say, fuck around and find out.
Fuck and find out. Oh, great. This is not a good sign. We got large piles of uncollected trash here. Normal, standard. We got the Vea Nomo. I'm pretty sure this means stop the violence or something. ¿Cuántos por rent? ¿Cuántos dólares por meses?
Renta.
Renta, sí.
Están cobrando como 1,300, unos 400.
Okay.
Damn.
Holy bro. $1,300 to $1,400.
Damn.
Live in a goddamn slums, dude, where your landlord won't even take care of your basic necessities. God damn it, America is so ass, bro. Holy in Aurora, dog. Oh my God, dude.
Chill up here. Pretty nice place.
That's what this motherfucker paying $1,300 a month for, bro. I'm losing my mind.
So, due to recent events, I think it's understandable that no one wants to answer the door. This place is.
Or because you're a random dickhead in the middle of the goddamn.
Because you're a weirdo.
These are migrants who've been working all goddamn night, most likely. Why the they're either A, not there, or B, even if they were there, why the would they open the door to a random dickhead? Oh my God. Just think about them as how you would think about yourself. If some random person knocked on your door with a goddamn windsock and a microphone in the middle of the day, you probably wouldn't open the door either.
Yo, any of y'all want to be interviewed in there?
Yeah.
I heard you have the best.
Oh my God. Can you imagine like sitting in your like basement apartment and being like, somebody comes, just walks over. Anybody want to be interviewed?
Building out here.
Yeah, it's pretty much the best one yet.
The other ones they look trash.
They fucking it up though.
Who's it up?
Like it's bad enough that you probably hear a lot of noise from outside, but Jesus Christ, having somebody.
The Venezuelans.
Okay. What percentage?
But they cool though. Like I ain't got no problem with them, but like clean your shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dog, what the are you talking about? It is literally the responsibility of the landlord. If they're not collecting the trash, what are the Venezuelans supposed to do, bro? What are the tenants supposed to do? They're putting their trash in the trash container. How is it their fault, dog? What do you mean? This, by the way, also goes to show you that like you can be living in the middle of it and still be a dumbass. Could be happening right next door and you would just be completely oblivious to it and you could still be susceptible to the media framing and the narratives.
Yeah. Why do you think they're so dirty with all this stuff?
I just think where they come from, maybe they just don't give a fuck because they're in a whole different new place, so they ain't gotta pay for nothing. Everything free given, you know what I mean?
Do you have beef with them?
So yeah, that is one of the narratives right there.
They're not paying anything, and you're like, yo, I'm paying $14.
Endless fear mongering of immigrants by colonizers is funny as fuck. I mean, Yeah, it's look, this is a funny video of Tyler Oliveira, right? He's, you know, most of his stuff, it just pisses you off, right? You just see people get dehumanized and used and demonized, and it just pisses you off. But here you're seeing him just look like a goober in a lot of, you know, you see him. I don't know if I've seen a video where he looks this silly. But that being said, obviously, you know, if you're the target of that kind of demonization, where like the talk around in your neighborhood is that you people are somehow dirty just by your very nature, that you are getting huge government paychecks, payouts, free rent, whatever kind of perks, and that maybe you're part of an organized crime group, it's not, wouldn't be quite as funny.
$1,500 a month.
That's not a safe place to laugh from. Let me just put it that way.
You chill with it?
Yeah, I stopped paying rent. I don't like shit. I told them, like, two y'all come over here and fix some of these problems, like the trash, for instance. Like, why the f I'm gonna be paying rent and for the some of the things that y'all post, so the stuff that's like in the leasing.
Wait, what? So he also, oh my God.
He's also dealing with a lack of trash service. Yes.
This motherfucker so dumb, bro. I swear to God. He's like, I know who's contributing to the problem, but I just also wanted to say f the Venezuelans. Yo, the median American voter, I know. He literally was like, yeah, I'm just not paying rent. This is really bullshit that they're not picking up the trash. It's like, bro, you just admitted that, like, you know who's at fault here. Isn't the city responsible for picking up the trash? It depends. I mean, it's different in every municipality. And for big complexes like that, it could literally...
Wait, so Stephen B95 is giving Tyler Oliveira credit for going out and showing issues. Showing issues. Look, the issue here is that the landlord, right? But if you watch this video and you fucking take this stuff seriously and you don't notice what a goober this guy is, you don't see him like failing at making one of his classic exploitation videos, then yeah, maybe you feel like he's showing the problem. But if you are actually looking at this issue from any kind of rational perspective, you're going to see that the problem here is the landlord, not the nationality of the people living in the building, right?
Maybe that they have like a private contractor. Nope, I tried to move us to a municipal or single contract holder, but Aurora is the Wild West for trash service and the Republicans like it that way. There you go. It's not just the Republicans.
Oh no, it's libertarian. It's the influence of Jared Polis.
That like it that way though. Like I said,
the libertarian governor.
This is what happens.
There he is, that evil man. Don't let him fool you. He's not really a Democrat. He's an ANCAP, just like President Sunday.
When you have...
Whoops. Did I let some suntent slip? I'm sorry, chat. We're going to have to put a pin on that for now.
A mother...
I can say nothing.
/ neoliberalism mod is your goddamn Democratic governor.
That's right. He was somehow a Reddit mod, wasn't he?
By the way, he's a League of Legends player and also an r / neoliberalism mod. He is a Reddit moderator.
Yeah, it was in the next building.
Did you see it happen in real time?
No, I didn't see it happen, but I do know them.
Is it gang affiliated?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I think they were just looking for somebody.
We may have overstayed our welcome a little bit. We've talked to a lot of locals out here, and the Venezuelans say nothing's going on, no gang activity. Anyone who's not Venezuelan, yeah, there's some gang going down here. There's some crime going down. The locals.
Wait, he's acting like the Venezuelan people were dishonest with him, but anybody who's not Venezuelan is like, yeah, no, this is like...
hesitant to interview a lot of the locals out here because I don't want them to narc on themselves, but I do respect someone standing up for the community, and I won't suppress.
Yo, what do you mean? You did interview the tenants, and they didn't narc on themselves at all. Bro, he interviewed the tenants. They were like, yeah, no, there's no gang activity. It's like literally, oh my God, dude. I couldn't find them, but I'm sure they exist, and I'm just gonna make it up.
Once again, this is an example of this false American dream that's sold. And then I hopped on a call with Aurora resident and retired.
Oh shit, wait, it's this dude. It's the dude. Who is this again? This is Coffer?
I called it. I didn't watch the video. I couldn't find the actual gang activity, so I went to like the most Hitlerian prototype I could find that will now tell me that there is so much gang activity. God damn, dude. God damn. That's our favorite. That's our new favorite on the broadcast, Mr. What was it? Fabricatore.
Oh no, it's Fabricatory. It's Fabricatory. What this? So this guy's like a congressman, retired U.S. Air Force, retired ICE, congressional candidate, Republican. Oh my God.
To hear his opinion on what's really going on here. Is the place on fire? Do we have Venezuelan?
So the joke was that this guy's name is Fabricatore, and he's like in the practice of fabricating stories. Fabricate story. John fabricates story. That is who we're dealing with right here.
Is invading the city.
You know, look, the city is not on fire. Aurora's a huge place, you know, it's a great place to be. Great schools, you know, but there are issues, just like there are with any city anywhere in the United States. And what we're seeing now is just, you know, you got one side saying it's not happening, one side saying it's happening, and then you get the social media aspects who say that the Hells Angels are coming into town, that
Now, chat, anybody recognize this video, right? Anybody seen this video before? The TikTok that we're watching right now.
Patriots are gonna be, you know, storming these apartments.
So like the RNC is literally just paying these YouTubers? No, man. You know what's paying these YouTubers? The fact that this video was posted 21 hours ago and it got 1.2 million views. Reaction.
Motherfuckers got 6,660,000 subs right now from just exploiting vulnerable people, right? Homeless people, people addicted to drugs, immigrants, any group that gets demonized, any group you can demonize. Tyler Oliveira is out there demonizing them.
Right-wing, rabid, sociopathic behavior gets...
And when you think about it, it's not that different than Anna Kasparian or Actual Justice Warrior. It's kind of the same thing.
Rewarded.
It's kind of the same racket. We'll get into that in a second.
That's it, dog. That's it. That's literally it. How much you want to bet? My coverage on this, which includes interviewing a former council member, looking at actual news articles, showing you what the actual truth is about the situation. That's gonna get, we're gonna upload this YouTube video. That's probably gonna get like maximum 200,000 views. If I...
Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. It only got 100,000 views.
Were to just sit here and lie and talk about how like Venezuelan have overtaken, like a gang has overtaken Aurora, Colorado from the same setup, from this room, reacting to this video and saying like, you know, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe what has become of this beautiful country. It would get 1 million views. That's how it works. People have made up their minds on the subject.
The fake news part right away is that Aurora's not fallen off the face of the earth. Like, Aurora's had a gang problem. It's always been like that. But this situation just gets exasperated because with the illegal immigration situation, most of that could be taken care of and the community could be made safer if we got rid of sanctuary policy and we allowed the immigration authorities to work with local law enforcement to get...
The funniest thing is guys like this are obviously somewhat media trained, and liberals 3 months down the line when there's like a unearthed footage of him just calling every slur known to man to like a Venezuelan person or someone he suspects as being Venezuelan, only then do they go, oh dude, I can't believe it, like, oh my god, he didn't just say the slurs in the interview. I'm so surprised that a former ICE agent running for office as a Republican who keeps saying that, like, you know, we got to eliminate sanctuary cities and that undocumented migrants, some of them are hardworking, but like there's a lot of criminal elements. Like, that guy was racist. I could not, I'm shocked.
These kind of guys off the street. So, I mean, it's something that we've got to be cognizant of. We've seen terrorists come across. We just got to pay attention to what's going on, and we got to make sure that, you know, we have control of our borders. So we're not allowing in this 1 or 2% of people who are just trying to take apart the U.S.
Yeah, so you see exactly how it's being played. Now, let me show you this article. This is from Snopes. I do not. I'll start off by saying I don't have, like, I don't think of Snopes as being 100% accurate. I've seen Snopes get some stuff wrong before. I would even say I've seen them have like a bias on certain things, right? but let's just take a look and see what they've got here, right? This is what they've collected as far as the facts that they can confirm, right? So they're going to veer on the side of maybe just not stating things that are not confirmable, rather than adjudicating every permutation of how this rumor, which is really what this kind of is, plays out. So here we go. Rumors that members of a gang from Venezuela commanded control of an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, generated headlines by conservative media outlets and social media commentary in late summer 2024. The rumors began when, on August 28th, 2024, a local TV broadcast reporter based in Denver, Colorado, posted a video to X, supposedly showing a group of men, 4 of whom appeared to be carrying firearms, entering an apartment in a nearby suburb, Aurora, nearby to Denver. New video. Armed group at troubled Aurora, Colorado apartment complex, now home to many migrants. Councilmember Danny Jurinsky says gangs have taken over the complex. The reporters outlet Fox 31 KDVR, which is an affiliate of the Fox network, posted an article featuring the video describing it showing alleged gang violence in an apartment complex that home to some migrants in Aurora. According to this article, the video was taken by a security camera owned by one of the complex's residents not long before the shootout broke out on the property. Within the next week, however, rumors about the video showed, or what supposedly happened at the complex spread online. A New York Post, for instance, claimed that the criminal gang from Venezuela called Tren de Aragua had taken over the complex, for instance. In reality, it's unknown what the video actually shows, nor if it's related to gang activity. Aurora police indeed believe members of Tren de Aragua gang are operating in the jurisdiction. Details below. Though the department has reportedly only formally investigated one crime in connection with the gang, and that incident occurred at a different apartment complex. We reached out to the Aurora Police Department asking if it had received any reports about the activity depicted in the video, and if so, if investigations into those calls included Tren de Aragua. We will update you on the story if we hear back. So they haven't gotten anything back yet. Tren de Aragua's U.S. presence. According to CNN, Tren de Aragua, which officially adopted its name in the early mid-2010s, is known for violence and drug trafficking, and as well as sex trafficking rings across South America. Since 2023, some U.S. politicians have expressed concerns over the gang's influence in the United States, and U.S. President Joe Biden administration officially declared the gang a transnational criminal organization in July 2024. In an X post on August 28th, the Aurora Police Department has said it believes that TDA members operated within its jurisdiction. We are aware of the components of TDA operating within Aurora. APD has been increasingly collecting evidence to show the gang in connection with crimes in the area. However, as we have previously said, as the DEA similarly stated, it would be improper at this time for the city and the APD to make a conclusionary statement about specific incidents to provide details about law enforcement strategy and operations. The statement by Aurora Police did not refer to the rumors about the in-question apartment complex. Specifically, though it was posted the same day as the video, it emphasized that the agency had previously established a joint task force in collaboration with other local, state, and federal partners to specifically address concerns about the Venezuelan gang, TDA, in other criminal activities affecting migrant communities. Arrest of 2 people with gang ties occurs at different apartment. The apartment complex. Now, this also got mentioned. Remember, this is another apartment complex owned by the same landlord, right? The apartment complex that was allegedly taken over by Tren de Aragua is called The Edge at Lowry. It is located at the 12th Avenue and Dallas Street in 12th Avenue and Dallas Street in Aurora. Based on satellite coverage of Google Maps, the complex contains 6 separate buildings. According to the Denver Post, police have investigated just 1 crime in recent months that officers connected to Tren de Aragua. In that case, according to September 4th, 2024, post by the Aurora police on X, 4 individuals were arrested and charged with attempted murder after a July 28th incident at a different apartment building called Nome Street, Fitzsimmons Place. There we go. Apartments. 2 arrestees have had confirmed ties to gangs, including a man named Jonari Jose or Honore Jose Pacheco Chirino. That ties in with other reports from conservative outlets like New York Post that connected Pacheco Chirino to a separate assault at the Fitzsimmons Place apartment complex. However, Pacheco Chirino's arrest was not connected to the alleged takeover of the Edge at Lowry. In an August 30th, 2024 statement on Facebook, Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman said the city attorney's office would request the court order to clear the Edge at Lowry Apartments in response to Venezuelan gang activity with the goal to get these properties back under the control of the property owners. Snopes could not find any further information about the alleged court order beyond Kaufman's Facebook post. Okay, so here's what we know from Hasan's video, right? That kind of adds to this. That the residents seem to have been cleared out, and thanks to some kind of charity or some kind of effort to help them, they were given hotel rooms, right? But they're out of their homes. They're staying in an apartment complex with a absentee landlord who has not been taking care of the complex, who's not been upkeeping it, and they many of them have stopped paying rent. And now the cops apparently have gone in and taken people out of those residences with the order, according to Kaufman, to get these properties back under the control of the property owners. So if this is indeed what it looks like, and that this is a negligent landlord, the cops have essentially just helped move his tenants out rather than enforcing anything. The court stuff is pushed off till February, right? So the landlord's got more time to prepare their case in court, right? That they're not being forced to do anything by the law. Snopes could not find any further information about the alleged court order beyond Kaufman's Facebook post. What apartment residents are saying. Meanwhile, tenants of the Edge at Lowry held a news conference alleging that something else, not gang activity, was affecting them. According to local ABC and NBC affiliates and the Denver Post, the complex's residents, who are mostly migrants, denied rumors about the gang takeover. Instead, they had felt unsafe because the complex's management company was allegedly neglecting building upkeep. Denver's ABC affiliate covered what was described as unlivable conditions in the building in August, a week before the supposed gang takeover came to light. The property manager company has faced similar accusations before. Fitzsimmons Place, the aforementioned building in Nome Street, was owned by the same company, and because of its conditions, Aurora officials obtained a court order to condemn the building in early August 2024. In a statement to the Denver Post, the property management company said that it could not maintain the buildings because of Tren de Aragua activity. The city of Aurora disagreed. The city has documented substantial, longstanding, unresolved code violations and other poor conditions at Fitzsimmons Place apartments for the last few years. So again, these are the time-traveling Venezuelan gang members, right? We got time bandits. Now, the city of Aurora spokesperson Ryan Luby told Denver's ABC affiliate in early August 2024, possible gang activity is immaterial to and separate from the city's code enforcement actions at the property and the building's inhabitability. This back and forth between the city management and company led some ex-users suggesting that the company made up the gang takeover rumors to avoid performing building maintenance. However, there's no concrete evidence supporting that theory. Response to rumors. Local politicians, including Kaufman, the mayor, city councilman Daniel Jurinsky, who I think we saw earlier, spread the unsubstantiated claim that the apartment complex had been taken over by a Venezuelan gang. Kaufman spoke to Fox on August 29th in an interview in which he claimed the video depicted an organized criminal effort. In that interview, he said that the several buildings under the out-of-state ownership had fallen under the control of quote-unquote Venezuelan gangs, but said he was not sure if the members were affiliated with Tren de Aragua. Later that day, Kaufman and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston appeared together on the local NBC affiliate, and as they attempted to assuage fears. There, Kaufman said that much of the news coverage was inaccurate and exaggerated and was making things harder for the city to investigate. It's overwhelming our 911 system or our emergency call center, and so it's actually hurting our ability to respond to crime, Kaufman said. I would hope that people would not do that. I think we're in some sort of environment where environment of hysteria right now over this. It's a real issue. It's being dealt with. It's isolated. In an NBC interview, Kaufman and the Aurora police had access to the surveillance video, said police had access to the surveillance video, but reaffirmed that police had not yet determined if the men in the video were affiliated with Tren de Aragua. A brief response to the critics. When local officials, tenants spoke publicly about the supposed takeover, the common response that kept surfacing on social media was that those who said the supposed apartment takeover was fake were attempting to hide the truth for one reason or another. Any tenant who had attempted to speak out against the narrative, and again we saw a protest of tenants speaking out against the narrative that had been used to demonize them, of the alleged takeover, could be ignored under the logic that they were either a member of the gang themselves or because they were being intimidated by said gang and were in danger if they spoke out. For local officials, it was supposedly more of a public relations issue, according to the skeptics. Kaufman told NBC that some of the critics had been conflating gang activity with any large gathering of Venezuelan migrants. We will update you. We will update this report when and if we get new information. So there we go. That's what Snopes has to say about it. I'm also going to show you what Breaking Points has to say about it, because, you know, I showed you Hasan. Some people who were to the right probably think that Hasan has a left-wing bias. Let me give you something that's a little bit more, down the middle, or maybe even right-wing, depending on how you think of Breaking Points. Let me show you theirs.
Aurora, Colorado.
So again, this is Crystal Ball, who is, nominally left-wing, and Sagar Enjeti, who is right-wing. So that's who's bringing you this story, this version of the story. This is what Breaking Points has gathered in terms of stuff that they could confirm. So we're kind of moving along the timeline a little bit, right? As far as the August 28th, when the videos came out, to the Tyler Oliveira video, to the Hasan video, and now the Breaking Points video that comes out once more of the information is kind of firmed up, right? So we'll see what Breaking Point says here. And then we'll get to the Anna Kasparian TYT video, which I think happened a little bit later, which, look, one of the excuses that you could maybe have for Anna Kasparian is that she got in early on the story, which she did on Twitter, to be fair, right? She did talk about this a lot earlier on Twitter than she did on the TYT stream. And so maybe she didn't have all the information, but that actually is counteracted by the fact that her story is one of the more recent versions of the story. And it's specifically made as a rebuke of the narrative presented by Hasan. So we'll get into that in just a second, right? While I have you here, while I have the chance, I think I should check on the vote, the poll, right? So 96 of you have voted. 39% of you are voting for Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. 23% of you say you want chat to choose violence. 20% for Demon Mama responds to Westside Tyler. And 19% for Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, letting YouTube autoplay radicalize you to the alt-right. That is at 19%. Now, unless I've missed something, which is entirely possible, but I'm not seeing right now. Wait, maybe I did miss something. Did I miss something? I think I did. Yeah, I must have. Narwhal by nature, thank you for the gift subs. Did I somehow like not see those? I don't remember if I saw those and I like... This is annoying. Can vote. I'll vote in the poll in the regular stream. Should we, What did I do? I saw them. I don't think I added them because, like, I must not have added them. There we go. So I saw them and I read them out, but somehow I must not have put them on the dono goal because otherwise, did I get? Oh, you did say Brianna Wu, right? Why am I confused? We must be at 40%, right? Is that right? I'm so confused now. I'm so utterly confused. Let's get into this this thing right here. Just remember, when you donate, make sure to let me know. So, is this right? 15% that got added to 10%. I'm so confused. I wish I could roll back the screen. So we should be at 40%, right? Should Brianna Wu be higher? I don't know how I missed this chat. But regardless, when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. If you haven't voted yet, you could head over to the full scale stream. The full scale stream? What? Oh, there it is. Yeah. You can head over the full scale stream and vote. 96 of you have voted so far. That's part of what decides what gets chosen as far as bonus content. The other thing that goes into deciding what gets chosen as bonus content is donations. So let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see next. Brianna Wu turns on child logic. Chat chooses violence. In other words, Suntent. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. Demon Mama responds to Tyler. Or Vox Populi if you just want to help out the vote, count for more, and make the donos, conversely, count for less, right? Just let me know in chat, and that goes for Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership, gifted membership. If you gift the gift of weasels to give weasels to other people, that goes for stuff on Twitch like subs and Twitch Prime subs and gifted subs. Anything that's a donation basically counts, including Patreon signups. The link should be in the description, and Throne signups. The link is either right there or it's like right there, depending on what stream you're watching. Yeah, so just make sure to let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see next, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, and your dono will actually add a percentage to the topic of your choice.
Many boomers are very, very upset about this, and it's taken quite a bit of research to figure out what the hell is actually going on here. So all started with this viral video. Let's put it up there on the screen. What you see in front of you were what was alleged to be, quote, armed.
Wait, 15% for Wu? Wait, I'm at 25%? You don't think I'm at 40% though? Because look, I'm looking at the... like 5 memberships from Omega, 5 memberships from you, right? And then I combine that with, I think, 3, oh wait, did I add that wrong? I think it's actually 38. I think it's actually 38%. One gift sub from Morbius Dragon, and oh wait, no, it's 40. It is 40. It is 40. Now I got it all, okay? Because somebody, Omega actually donated some bits on Twitch. So I think we're all caught up. I think we're all good. We'll go back. Let's get the show on the road. Sorry, chat. I don't mean to hang that long in the discussion of the dono goal, but yeah, we're at 40%. That is 60% away from winning and unlocking more content. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, you will unlock extra content. What content, you ask? The content that you vote for and the content that you tell me to put your donation for. And we'll see what wins.
Venezuelan gangs taking over whole buildings and vandalizing public property in Aurora, Colorado, just outside of Denver. These were allegedly members of a Venezuelan.
Super chatted $20. Violence.
Violence it is. Chat is highly motivated today. Whether you're voting for violence or whether you're voting for Brianna Wu, you are highly motivated. And that gets us up to 60%. 60% along the way towards our dono goal to either, I mean, I would say Brianna Wu or chat chooses violence. At this point, it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close. It could go either way.
Venezuelan gang who were migrants.
Thank you, Blitzkrieg.
Legal migrants to the United States. And that this complex was allegedly fully taken over by these people. You could see that they have large.
But do you see what I mean, chat? Like, you look at what we got in terms of receipts. Like, this is the main receipt for the story. And what people are doing is they're being shown a receipt, and by the mere presence of a receipt, they are validating the claim, right? This is something that I see in streaming all the fucking time, right? When streamers go after each other, a lot of times it's like this. Somebody posts a receipt on Twitter, they make a claim, and people validate the claim just based on the presence of receipts. Look, receipts show something, but they don't show more than they actually show. And if your conclusion is not justified by what is present in the receipts, then you're kind of jumping the gun here. And literally, in this case, we're jumping the gun into a story about an evil Venezuelan gang taking over apartment complexes, moving in, immigrants. You kind of see where the racist edge of this story is coming from, right? And we're not actually seeing what's being claimed. We're being given a narrative that kind of fits for the pictures, that fits for the video, and people are jumping to the conclusion that that must be what it is. It's Tren de Aragua. There we go. That's a good explanation. Because you're like, you see this shit and you're like, what the fuck is this? What is going on here? And somebody tells you, oh, it's a Venezuelan super crime gang called Tren de Aragua. And you're like, all right, that sounds like that explains it.
Weapons in their hands, and there was quite a bit of consternation, wondering whether this was like a full-on takeover.
And this was like shared by Charlie Kirk, amplified by Elon Musk. It was
shared by Charlie Kirk. Yeah,
the whole thing.
It went everywhere.
Whole thing.
So next, then came the parsing of the details. So there were conflicting statements initially from the mayor.
But what worries me is that you can use something that's like a partial receipt to incept people with a story that maybe did not happen. And all you need is a few retweets by Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk, and Tim Pool gets in jumps in. Actual Justice Warrior jumps in. And all of a sudden you got a bunch of, boomer Facebook ants. No offense to boomer Facebook ants, by the way. I love you, okay? I shouldn't. It's the Facebook grandparents, maybe. I don't know. You got a bunch of impressionable people that are not media literate jumping to the conclusion that fits the Trump agenda. again, just like yesterday, just kind of neatly slots right into that Trump anti-immigrant agenda.
From the city and from the police.
Lady Badash says, why jump guns when you can jump bones? Yeah, that's unassailable logic there, Lady Badash. Unassailable.
Police department. So we've learned now here from the interim chief of police, Heather Morris. She says, quote, what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex. Let's take a listen.
Got quite a few of our officers out here.
Lady Badash says, why is Brianna Wu turning Chud Logic on? Nice. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think they're both married, actually. No, wait, they're not. That's right. There was a divorce. I forgot. How could I forget this guy's a... Look, he's not just divorced. He's highly divorced. Chud Logic is highly divorced.
That are out here tonight again.
His divorce power levels are over 9,000.
For several weeks, making contacts with our residents, reassuring them about the criminal activity that's happening here and how we're going to address it. We're out here. We want to reassure the people that live in this community that we are actively investigating.
Glenn Southern says, I have no money, influence, computer smarts to make epic cool tube. So if you do, you can take name I let you have. Oh, take the name I let you have for. I'm a simple caveman. I have rock. You have rock, and that is awesome.
Criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're.
I thought violins were peaceful. I mean, they are. They're sometimes they're sad. Sometimes violins are sad.
Missing. You know, what are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on. We're out here because we care. I mean, nobody should be wearing this uniform if they don't care.
Double Dog divorced ass Chudell.
And we want the residents and the people
classic Chudell
who live here to know that we care. We've been talking to the residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on. And there's definitely
yeah. I mean, this is a lot of PR, right? There's a story that's gotten out that a Venezuelan gang has taken over an apartment complex, and the police don't care. The police are part of the institution. The police are part of the deep state, right? They're enacting the globalist pro-immigrant agenda, right? And again, like we started off with this reminder that police, if they have a political tendency, it's a right-wing one. Police are not, they're nobody's lefties.
A different picture. I'm not saying that there's not gang members.
But they're having to come out and be like, oh, we hear you. We're listening to you. We investigated it. Oh no, we'll take a look at that, right? Just to counteract this idea that they're these evil deep state actors that actually they're helping the immigrants make an invasion into the community.
That don't live in this community, but what we're learning.
Trinity Agua, man, all this time I thought it was pathetic man asking for tendies, yo.
Is that gang members have not taken over this complex. We've really made an effort the last few days.
Wait, did you think it was Tendi Ayuda?
To just really ask the specific questions and the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's actually making sure that people aren't paying rent to gang leaders or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking to so many residents that that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
Okay, that's the Aurora police chief. Let's put the next part up on the screen. It reiterates, this is from...
So she says, but Chad, if we look at it, right? Oh, look at those glasses. Look at those glasses. Can we trust her? Like I already said the police aren't liberal, but those glasses... They're pretty left-coded. Do you think she owns a cat? This is right. If you're Tim Pool, if you're actual justice warriors, maybe she's a DEI hire, right? You know, maybe it's something like that. Like, why is a woman chief of police?
Talking to so many residents that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
Okay, that's the Aurora police chief. Let's put the next part up on the screen. It reiterates, this is from USA Today, what they say.
That's the liberal police chief, yeah.
Is not
the childless cat lady police chief.
Reiterating many of the quotes that we just heard from the interim police chief. They also flagged this. They say, quote, rumors of the complex being run by the Tren de Aragua gang is a large criminal organization from Venezuela began circulating when that video of men carrying guns and entering apartments went viral. The Department of Homeland Security then confirmed to News Nation that the men seen in the video were Tren de Aragua members. The city of Aurora confirmed that there is, quote, a small Tren de Aragua presence in Aurora, and the police department has been taking it seriously. Now, though, they say there has been a lot of misleading information shared about what is happening in our city. I believe, Crystal, that a lot of this stems back to the Colorado Aurora mayor, Mayor Kaufman, who is one of the people who reacted to this by going on Fox News and implying that this was taken over. Let's take a listen.
Can you confirm whether or not this gang has taken over these buildings there in Aurora?
So there are several buildings actually under the same ownership, out-of-state ownership, that have fallen to these Venezuelan gangs. I'm trying to walk it back and do the investigation as to how there's a concentration of Venezuelans in these three buildings. Somebody put them there, and somebody
put them there.
Funded it. Whether it's federal government or not, we're trying to find out who these gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. And
they're attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. Yeah, that's right, Katie. They're like, it's like saying the bees are attracted to the, I don't know, like the husk of an orange. I don't know.
So they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through.
It does. It sounds like he's explaining bugs. Look, there's a lot of dehumanizing shit here.
And then collected the rents. We have now, or have had, it is ongoing operations with a task force of local law enforcement, state law enforcement partners, and federal law enforcement partners to root them out, and arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
With the arrests that have been made, are these confirmed gang-affiliated members?
You know, this is an organized criminal effort. Whether it's Tren de Aragua, that remains to be seen. But it really doesn't matter. I mean, if they're Venezuelan migrants and they're conducting crime in an organized manner.
Understood.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And he's since changed his tune.
After this interview, he totally changed his story. He says, those people that came and talked to me, he's talking about residents of the building themselves, didn't seem fearful, quite frankly. They gave a lot of explanation as to why they weren't paying rent. There wasn't the property management there. I thought that the people who were the so-called gang members, again, this is all that same mayor you just heard, were extracting the rent from them. But the people that came up to me said that was not the case. They wanted to stay there, but they...
Christian Strand says, methinks le Biden put trendy agua in my bacon. That sounds epic.
Wanted the place maintained. He believes the property managers were chased off the premises. What we need to do is figure out how to bring it back under the control of the owner of the property. And so there's a meeting with representatives of the owners on Thursday. I'll be participating. I think there's a pattern on all these properties. I'm going to be blunt. It's an out-of-state slumlord and hasn't maintained the properties. And that, okay, so the police chief, the residents,
we have to go deeper because this involves
the mayor.
So that's a story, and that's a story that I feel like a lot of Americans can relate to, right? In some way. Maybe not on this level where your landlord doesn't pay for your, waste removal, and you got stacks of garbage piled up behind the building, but it's like understandable. And that seems like that should go viral. That should be talked about. That should be the story. Not like these bad Venezuelans are coming and they're doing bad things, and also look at the trash, and also look at the state of the buildings and make the most racist assumption you can, rather than seeing what's right in front of your face, which is that this is an example of landlord neglect, right? Demonize these people rather than coming together in a stand for the rights of tenants, which, like, that's what it should be going viral for. And yet somehow we live in this mirror world where things are like opposite of the way that they should actually be.
All of the other city officials and neighboring Denver mayor and city officials as well now are all saying this building is run by an out-of-state slumlord. The residents are complaining about trash that hasn't been picked up for weeks. This slumlord has already been indicted on charges with regard to not maintaining another apartment building where the
Blitzkrieg's onto it. It's all about the framing. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. With framing, you 180 the meaning of a story, right? And you turn people against the most vulnerable among us, which is unfortunately not very hard to do these days.
Which was backed up, the trash wasn't picked up. We're talking rodents, we're talking infestations. The residents did their own press conference laying all of this out. And this slumlord hired a PR firm to basically push these claims to try to get out of these charges that he's already facing in court. So at this point, it's pretty clear what happened, since you have the mayor, who's a Republican, by the way, Republican mayor, and the city officials and the police chief and the residents all saying this is not at all what's happening. This is about a slumlord trying to get out of maintaining the property that we are paying thousands of dollars in rent to live in.
We have E5, please, up on the screen. This is from the local press, and it references what you were saying. The residents at that complex say deplorable issues are the deplorable conditions are the issue, not the gangs. They said, quote, they are trying to put us all in one group and all in one bag. They're trying to say that there are delinquents, there are criminals. Here there are moms, there are families. They did, I believe, acknowledge that there was like criminals that had been there, but they were like, that is not the fundamental issue. So, okay, let's step back. Like, why did this all become a major conflagration? So this is part of, actually references our original A block, is you cannot just simply believe everything you put out there. And, you know, none of this whitewashes concerns about migrants. You know, from the Denver
his concerns are even backwards, right? The concern should not be that the danger of immigration is getting whitewashed, right? The overall trend of this story, to everybody out there that is not consuming it through a less viral means. Like, remember what Hasan said about his he was talking about Tyler Oliveira's video, how it had gotten 1 million views, that bullshit video that Tyler Oliveira did. And he said, he predicted that his video that he was making right now, reacting to that, would not break like 200,000. It actually is more on like 100,000. But Sagar is acting like the majority of the people are consuming this story through outlets like Breaking Points that, or Hasan, that take the trouble to get the story right, and not in the most viral way possible, which is the way that demonizes the fuck out of Venezuelan immigrants. So his concern is like, well, wait, people are going to go too easy on the immigration issue. They're going to think it's not important. No, it's important. We need to maintain our borders. We need to seal those borders off, even if this is a big fucking lie based on racism. We still need to make sure that we're racist in our border policy. That's what Sagar is saying. That's what we're getting here.
Post, 43,000 Venezuelan migrants have arrived in the Denver area since January of 2023. And they don't even need to be committing crime for me to say that's crazy.
And do you know what has happened with crime?
What? That
it dropped.
Gone down?
It dropped 20%.
I mean, so what?
In the first 8 months.
So what? So what? So your desire to increase the level of panic and concern about crime, your desire to empower and fully further militarize the police, rather than maybe spending some of that money on social programs that might help people out, that might end up in like less crime being committed overall, is a bit overblown, to say the least, Sagar. You are giving into a moral panic, even though you're not giving into this moral panic, and you are enabling policy that goes in 180 degrees in the wrong direction. It's not a so what, Sagar. You're just fucking wrong. You're just fucking wrong.
That doesn't have any
saw
impact.
declines in homicides, robberies, and aggravated assaults. Well, it's very relevant to this story because obviously the point of blowing this up was like, oh my God, violent migrant criminals are taking over this town. And while I'm sure there are some migrants, as there are some, domestic-born citizens who commit crimes, no doubt about it, the overall picture here is actually the exact opposite. These migrants haven't brought crime. The crime rate has dropped 20%, as it has, by the way, as part of a national trend in a lot of the country.
Migrants, it's just about national trend and drop.
True, but it's the polar opposite of the picture.
There's two things, Sagar. The first is that, I mean, she just said it. Did he not listen? The first is that immigrants moving into an area will actually lower the crime rate because people, I'm assuming you're talking about undocumented people, right? Commit crimes at a lower rate than the citizens. If anybody deserves to be deported, it would maybe be the citizens. If you're going to go with that logic that says that the group of people with the higher crime rate should get kicked the fuck out, right? I don't know, just a thought. There's that, and this isn't so A, the anecdote is untrue, and B, the overall association of immigrants with danger and with crime and with gangs is also overblown. So in other words, it's like you lose the battle and you lose the war. The big picture, the small picture, you lose. The big picture, you lose. What are you not getting about this, right? Because like, what are they complaining about when it comes to crime? It's kind of a moving target, right? Sometimes they'll say that that undocumented people are somehow depleting like social services, or are requiring like big expenditures, and then sometimes it's it'll be crime, and when you debunk one of them, they move to the other one, right? They move to the other one. It's kind of actually ironic, and sometimes I mention this, that a lot of times an undocumented person that moves to the United States and needs to work will use someone else's social security number, not to withdraw social security, but to deposit social security, because that's often something that you need to do to work. And so because of the precarious nature of their status, their undocumented status, they're actually putting money into entitlements, not taking money out of entitlements. And I find that a little bit ironic, don't you think?
Picture that was attempted to be painted with these false allegations about gang members taking over apartment complexes. And again, not just, people like Charlie Kirk, right-wing influencer, Elon Musk, who runs the whole freaking platform, elevating this claim and another completely fake claim, by the way, out of Chicago of a similar thing. So,
fine.
Yeah, it's a cesspool. That's the bottom line. Like, don't believe these people. They lie. They make stuff up. There's an ideological agenda here.
I agree, and that is part of the reason that I wanted to say is that just because it's fake, though, doesn't mean that there aren't concerns. And that's part of what annoys me is that when you...
I gotta tell you, one thing that's not fake is the top of the hour ad break. You might have just experienced it because I forgot to tell you another time. It's all the more helpful if I tell you before the ad break hits rather than after the ad break hits. But you've experienced it now, and it's 3 minutes, and it's unskippable. That's kind of brutal, right? If you no longer want to experience that brutality, you can get out of it for free using a Twitch Prime, or you can get out of it for, I guess, 4 months during the month of September. The subs are discounted, 25% off. You can get out of it that way. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, but that kind of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Tar yourself by pushing stuff that ends up to not be true, you actually do disservice to anybody who has a concern, as I do, that there are 43,000 illegal Venezuelan migrants who are in the city of Denver.
Oh my God. That's a big number, Sagar. What are they going to do? See, that's the question. That's the question. Like, what did she point out that undocumented people commit crimes at a lower level than citizens? What did she point that out for if you're just going to ignore it? And you're just like implying, oh my gosh, something really bad is going to happen. Venezuelans, immigrants, this is a danger. This is a danger. But he won't say what the fucking danger is, because if he does, he sounds racist, because it's fucking racist assumption that underlies that.
Yeah. Just because it's fake, though, doesn't mean that there aren't concerns. And that's part of what annoys me, is that when you tar yourself by pushing stuff.
He is sad that this revelation might slow the roll of draconian immigration policies endorsed by Republicans and Democrats, right? He's saying, I think that undocumented people, they've got it too good. They can't keep getting away with this. Like, right? If this story might make you feel empathetic towards them. This story might make you feel that they're not actually a danger, but they're victims that you can relate to. And who should be protected from this predatory landlord. Rather than what Sagar wants to make you think is that these people need to be deported stat.
Ends up to
one again.
Not be true. You actually do disservice to anybody who has a concern, as I do, that there are 43,000 illegal Venezuelan migrants who are in the city of Denver. That's crazy. Also, whenever we are vetting, like, whether something is committed by a crime or not, by pushing false stuff, you diminish genuine incidents of migrant crime and of people who are murderers and or rapists. You have to be solid in your facts.
We're always talking about migrant crime. Listen, I'm sorry, Sagar, but if you're going to start deporting people, groups of people, based on their crime rate, you're going to be deporting citizens before you're going to be deporting immigrants, because citizens commit crime at a higher rate. I'm sorry, this guy is just so, nothing gets through. Nothing gets through, does it? Nothing gets through.
Whenever you make such claims. And this is what annoys me about the entire thing. I'm combining it with the tenant stuff, is it simply allows a dismissal of any of legitimate concerns around migrant crime, or even around migrant presence, period. You don't have to be committing crime for you to still be a problem. If you're here, are they receiving city services? Who's paying your rent? Is it the government? Are you getting welfare from the Denver government? None of that should be allowed, period. I mean, that is why I get so annoyed about...
Sagar, if that's the argument that you want to make, you better show me the fucking program that's doing that. You're just like, I'm just asking questions. Are they getting welfare? Are they getting all the welfare? Are they like getting a pipeline from the US Treasury to their home where it's spitting out money at the end of their home? And are they filling it up with in giant bags and taking it to buy drugs with, I don't know, what the fuck is he implying? What the fuck is he implying?
You know, the Elon, the Charlie Kirk, and the...
Yeah, is he's like, how would they be getting welfare or any benefits for that matter? They need to, yeah, being that status, you know, requires being invisible.
Flourishing of this stuff. In fact, just this morning, somebody...
Why is he so confidently wrong? Because there's so much fucking racism. There's so many people backing these sentiments. There's so many people willing to be turned against a group that's already, you know, dealing with more problems than you can imagine, rather than actually facing the real problem, which is capitalism itself. Yeah.
Told me, they said, hey, do you know about this Aurora thing? X's mom is super upset about it. And I was like, oh, I'm actually covering it on the show.
Yo, X's mom is always super upset about this.
Tomorrow. And it's because, Fox News and many of these other places are not doing their genuine due diligence in presenting that, and they're just simply putting it all out there. And then will they do a correction or will they do a follow-up? Almost certainly not.
Of course not.
Wait. Did I add? Oh my God, chat, I'm so confused now. Maybe I didn't add Blitzkrieg's thing. It was to violence, right? So chat chooses violence is up 45%. Yo, that's a pretty big buff. We are 40% away from the dono goal. If we hit this by the end of the stream, you'll get some more content. And right now it's kind of looking like chat might just choose violence. But regardless, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping your preferred bonus content become the bonus content for today.
Now, if it was real, would MSNBC or any of these other people cover it? No, but they certainly will cover it now because they'll be like, hey, look at these idiots who fell for all
As
this.
they should.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's not illegitimate.
Listen,
The political valence of this drives me crazy.
Yes.
Because it is, whenever you whip people up based on something fake, then you just get to dismiss it out of hand, when I think it's a very legitimate concern.
The problem is, I feel like there should be a little bit of dismissal of shit like this in the future, right? When people see that they can get whipped up, when people see that they can act irrational, the result should be that they're more skeptical in the future, right? That would be a good, at least you're learning. It's a bad thing that you demonized immigrants rather than looking at the real problem, which is with landlords. But hey, maybe next time you'll do better. But Sagar, you're talking to like no one. 116K views one day ago, about the same number of views that Hasan's video got. If this video had been just shown an evil, inhuman looking migrant gang member, doing something violent or sinister or whatever, then this video would have got like 1 million. That's the problem. That's the problem, is the audience that needs to hear your report on this is an audience that is hearing it from Fox News, hearing it from Tyler Oliveira, hearing it from people that are taking advantage of the perverse incentive to spread the appealing, algorithmically friendly lie over the less interesting, less banging in the algorithm truth.
Like, who are these residents? Are any of them even legal residents? Like, who is paying their rent? Why is this all being taken up by people who are not even from here? I think that's a very legitimate concern. But then saying, oh, it's like part of some major gang activity, whenever that obviously ends up being BS, then everyone should frankly dismiss a lot of the other stuff that you're saying.
Because it's a very clear attempt to demonize and lie about the migrant population. And, it's also very clear what's going on here. Immigration is the strongest issue for Trump.
Yeah.
Trump appears to be losing right now. Now, who knows?
I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't say that. Not when he's got a 50-some.
Cope.
53% or whatever chance by Nate Silver.
Listen.
You're really hanging on to Nate Silver. Most people have gotten over him. He was considered like a fucking boy genius back in what, 2008? This guy has not gotten the memo.
We just showed the swing state polls in CNN. I think that he's probably a little bit behind, but reasonable people could disagree on that. In any case, what I think is very clear, immigration is his best issue. They want to have a conversation about immigration, even if that, and Elon Musk is a $2 million backer of Donald Trump, explicit backer of Donald Trump. They want the conversation to be about evil immigrants because that benefits them politically, even if it means making some bullshit up and spreading a fake.
Look at her body language and face.
Viral story. So just keep these things in mind when you're looking at these stories that go viral because they're shameless about it. And I don't know if you saw this, but Elon also elevated, there was like some claim that this was happening in Chicago too. Somebody had called in to 911 about a similar Chicago incident. And the police went to the apartment complex and were like, this is not happening. People are just trying to make cause a stir and create false narrative.
Nate Silver got one election right, and like that is just not enough for a decade or almost 2 decades later.
So it was a total hoax that he also spread and shared.
She knows where the camera is.
I'm sure many of the people, millions of people who saw that are not going to know that that was also a complete hoax. So anyway, it's very clear this was just like, and you're benefiting this slumlord who is screwing these residents who are paying rent and, you know, deserve to live in clean conditions without bugs and rats and sewage backup and trash piled up over weeks and weeks because you didn't pay to have the garbage collectors come. So in any case, it's the whole situation is sort of, it's just disgusting to me. And the way that people ran with it, even after the residents themselves, the mayor, the police chief, et cetera, said this is completely false. It's just, yeah.
It became a national story. Now you have the facts. You can make up your minds. I would say it didn't.
There's no one to making up your minds. It was fake. It was totally fake.
No,
like,
I'm saying you can make up your mind on the migrant issue.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
You
But on
feel
this
however
story, there is no like, you know, evaluate and decide. Everyone who's involved in this, except for the clearly nefarious slumlord, is saying the same thing.
Who is this slumlord? This guy got off real well, didn't he?
What about all the sexual and physical abuse in New York from illegal immigrants, not to illegal immigrants? Interesting, amongst other places. Christoph, like, I'm talking about data. I'm talking about crime statistics, right? And if we compare crime statistics from undocumented people, from immigrants, to crime statistics from citizens, guess which one's higher? And before you guess, tell me, should we kick out the group that's higher? Is that what we should do? Should we measure one community's crime statistics versus another, and the one that has the higher crime statistics gets deported? Because you would be deporting American citizens in that case, who have a higher crime rate than undocumented people. So I'm talking about reality, I'm talking about statistics, and you're talking about fantasy, and let me be real with you, you're talking about racism. And that's just not the conversation I want to have right now. I want to talk about reality. Can we please talk about reality and get your head out of your racist Facebook boomer ants, you know, nether regions? Can we do that? Can we please do that? Please.
It's like he didn't even pay his bills.
Because he had a court date set.
I love the out-of-state thing too.
He had a court date set, and the judge actually like let him push off his court date for a while all of this was going on. So so apparently, you know, at least in the short term, it worked. But what a disgusting scumbag. Period.
Right. Yeah, that I agree. Hey, if you like that video,
chat, are you ready to go to the dark side? So far, I feel like we've watched some pretty reasonable commentary on what's going on. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Is this video about the same thing?
The problem, right? They want to revert back to the eras when we ignored the problem. And that's a lot of what's contained in Project 2025.
A legislative agenda which aims to resurrect a law from the 1800s which would ban abortion and throw healthcare providers in jail, make pornography illegal. A bunch of sad little gooners out there if that happens. They also want to maintain a biblically based fascism. Many are hoping to replicate the apparent success in Europe by defeating Trump and, by proxy, fascism.
You deserve to know that the 2024 race...
I feel like this is, the title makes me think that it's... I guess it's marginally, yeah, so we're not talking about this particular incident. All right, we'll skip those. So chat, are you ready to go to the dark side?
Greetings inside.
Where we are. In a basement where no one has ever been unalived, stripped of their flesh and made into a skeleton. Certainly not a scary place at all. A very comfortable and safe type of place. It's where we are, where we find ourselves. With actual justice warrior Anna Kasparian's BFF. I kid you not, this is Anna Kasparian's BFF. This guy sucks, says Half Black Reaper. Yeah, should we take a look? Look, I've talked about him before. I feel like his thumbnails tell a lot of the story. Now, for the record, anybody watching, especially if you're a fan of this guy, this is not me scolding AJW over his thumbnails. This is me observing the thumbnails that he makes. Oh, you can't see this one. Oh my god, damn it. Is it more visible in this version? We're just gonna have to use this version. Americans kicked off bus for migrants. Police chief calls out woke DA. BLM activists caused Baltimore crime wave. Venezuelan gang takeover Colorado. Minneapolis has collapsed. Look at the thumbnails. Oakland neighborhoods declare war on sideshows? Okay, what? Oh, there's a mea culpa. I wonder what this was about. Kamala caught creating fake news. Mike Brown rioters attack cops. Corrupt supermayor LI arrested for fraud. You're going to see a theme about the supermayor. Okay, so this lady, she's supposedly the supermayor. She's a mayor of like a... wait, I'm trying to remember what the story was. If she was like held 2 offices or something. Why they call her the supermayor. But yeah, this is... I'm looking at like 12 thumbnails. 1, 2, 3 of the 12 are about the super mayor. Mask banned to fight crime. Cops say no free weaves for blacks? What the fuck is that about? What? Black mom demands free weaves? Yo, this guy is just fucking racist, isn't he? Apparently he got married. I feel sorry for his wife. Leftists want street takeovers legalized. Kamala thinks black voters are dumb. Venezuelan gangs take over New York City. So this isn't the first Venezuelan gang story we've had. First black female judge fired for incompetence. What? What is this guy's angle? And before you say it's racism. It's racist. That's the simple, plain and simple truth. Yeah, like Oakland. Yeah, it's just like every single one of these videos is like bad person of color does bad thing. Anna calls out Chicago Dems for hiding crime. Oh yeah, he also loves Anna Kasparian. So I wasn't kidding when I said he is. Oh, there's the super mayor attacks children. The super mayor attacked children. Chicago mayor. Oh geez, what is the common thread between the super mayor and the Chicago mayor? Make Irene bounce. I mean, I should bounce, shouldn't I? I should also look at the donos and see that Davy Cliff has super chatted $4.99. I don't like the American citizens argument because I feel right-wingers can twist it into another racist agenda or violence. I would love to know what you mean by that. Because I can't quite figure it out, but obviously nobody should get deported. But I guess if I can interpret what you're saying, I think what you're saying is that we shouldn't be like looking at crime statistics for a justification to deport people, right? There should be a path to citizenship. The United States should do better in terms of its own foreign policy and the effects that it has on other countries, which causes immigration in the first place. It shouldn't be a thing where, like, if you looked at the crime statistics, in other words, I think what Davy Cliff is saying, and they were the opposite, that you should justify, okay, well, I guess their crime statistics are higher, go freaking nuts. Go freaking nuts. Chinese criminals steal billions in gift cards. DEI officer steals millions from Facebook and Nike. Jesus fucking Christ. LA businesses are desperate. Business uses plants to fight homeless camps. Corrupt super mayor is breaking down. Yo, the super mayor's been breaking down for a while. Lauren Southern is right about the red pill. Woke NYC DA frees anti-Asian attackers. Super Predator. Motherfucker unironically said Super Predator. Attacks again after 105 arrests. Lawyers abandoned corrupt super mayor after second raid. He got into it with Destiny. Leftists blame 4chan for NYC attacks. And Anna Kasparian is right about Chicago. Majority report demands that you ignore crime. That's right. That's what I heard them say. The truth about Anna Kasparian. So yeah, he's been doing a lot of this Anna Kasparian simping. I would call this guy, I mean, I don't use that word very often, but I don't know. It kind of fits when it comes to Anna. So let's watch the rest of this. Or not the rest of this, chat. We won't watch all of this. It's too much. We'll dip. We'll dip.
Salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we got to revisit what is going on in Aurora, Colorado, because we now have reports from the police in Aurora that all of the rumors that you heard, all of the videos that you saw of gang members taking over an apartment complex among several apartment complexes in and around this area happen to be completely false.
Obsessive Audio says some really healthy thumbnails and titles with this guy. Yeah, I mean, look, he is... The sad thing about it is, I wish I could say that this is Sean, and Sean is a fucking racist. And luckily, he's not that common in this country. Unfortunately, he exists as such a big channel, not because Sean has the magical power to make people racist, but because a lot of people are already racist. He is serving a pre-existing racist audience with the thumbnails that they most want to see. He is fulfilling their deep desires, and their deep desires are pretty fucking hateful.
It's completely made up. Pay no attention.
Wait, I don't remember that one. Wait, what one? The Super Mayor? Wait, what do I remember? Not remember? We're up to 65 on the dono goal. By the way, Davy Cliff, if you've got a topic, if you've got an opinion on the poll, please let me know. I will be happy to put your super chat money where your mouth is, and raise the status of whatever topic you want to see as bonus content, because that's how it works. When you donate, chat, you just let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see pop out of the bonus content vending machine at the end of the stream.
To the videos that you've seen, because it is just not happening. There is nothing going on here, nothing to see here, and that is what is currently being...
Pay no attention to the time... immigrant Venezuela behind the curtain. Yes, yes, yes. Pay no attention to the time bandits from 2 years ago that somehow fucked up somebody's apartment building before they had even immigrated.
Presented to us after weeks of reports in the local media of
Billy Randall says, I bet he has an interesting opinion on AI art. You betcha.
These issues going on at this particular apartment. However, I will say I'm a bit skeptical of the new revelations from the Aurora police chief. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
I don't know what to say. That's annoying. That's terrible. Why does this exist? What is even the context? And like, oh my God, chat. Oh my God, look. There's competing claims now between Westside Tyler and President Sunday of them, you know, supposedly like being attracted to you know, the other. But I feel like actual Justice Warrior's attraction to Anna Kasparian is pretty freaking clear. It's pretty freaking clear, right? We can talk about the Tyler versus Sunday you know, competing claims a little bit later if we end up choosing violence, because that's what that topic is all about.
Okay?
So you guys might recall a couple of days ago that we saw this video of gang members going into an apartment armed to the teeth, and this was filmed from an apartment across the hall before it was posted on the internet.com, and it went completely viral. And this was added in with a bunch of reports of people moving out in terror from these apartment buildings, alleging that the gangs had took over said buildings. However, today, all of a sudden, the police have done their patrols and they have said, contrary to the rumors in the video that you've seen, there is no problem at all whatsoever.
The video shows a group
of men. That's the problem, Chad, is cops are too woke. They're woke cops.
Walking up a stairwell at the edge of the Lowry apartment complex in Aurora.
They're pro-immigration cops.
All of them appear to be carrying rifles and handguns, and the video shot early.
It says, I hope actual Justice Warrior does not own a firearm.
One of the men can be seen talking on a cell phone. They all then gather around a door and go in. Another video clip shows men forcing a door open. But what or who they were searching for, not clear.
So as you can see from this local news segment, we have additional footage that was not really circulated as widely as the guys armed with guns busting into this apartment. And of course, in response to that video, we had representatives from the Department of Homeland Security say that these were in fact members of the game Tren de Aragua, or whatever it's called, TDA for short.
What some were initially saying was that a Venezuelan gang took over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. But the interim police chief says that is not what's happening at all. She made those comments after officers spoke with several people who live there. This video was obtained by our sister station, KDVR, which appears to show a group of armed men breaking into multiple units shortly before a shootout happened in the parking lot. This happened back on August 19th. Sources with the Department of Homeland Security told News Nation that the individuals are members of the gang.
But the Aurora interim police chief says, no, that is not the case. Homeland Security is dead wrong.
I stopped by here at 12th and Dallas, got quite a few of our officers out here that are out here tonight again. I've been out here for several weeks, making contacts with our residents.
Why is Homeland Security involved?
Reassuring them about the criminal activity that's happening here and how we're going to address it. We're out here, we want to reassure the people that live in this community that we are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. You know, what are we missing?
Yeah, chat, clearly the police are too woke.
Find out what exactly is going on. We're out here because we care. I mean, nobody should be wearing this uniform if they don't care. And we want the residents and the people that live here to know that we care. We've been talking to the residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on, and there's definitely a different picture. I'm not saying that there's not gang members that don't live in this community, But what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex.
They went and spoke with the remaining tenants in this building, and they said there's no issue at all whatsoever, except for the issue of slumlords. Gosh darn,
That's not actually what they said. Wait, I mean, is he talking about the person that we just listened to? That's not what she said. She's not like there's no problem at all. There's no such thing as gangs. There's no such thing as crime. Right? She was just saying that that's not what's going on here. This place has not been taken over.
We gotta watch out for those slumlords, even though we have representatives from the building saying that they have been kicked out. Their security personnel have been kicked out by these gang members. We also have the shootout, the hotspots of criminality. We have the issues with the Walmart.
But the police are too woke to report it. I know, actual justice warrior. I know. That's why the overall crime statistics in the United States are down. But it's because the police are woke and they won't report it. Or like the police that are in those super woke areas where the crime is obviously super high, those police won't report it. So you get the reports from the non-woke areas and it's not too high. And then you don't get the reports from the woke areas because they're too woke to report. And they just don't report, and it's a big freaking conspiracy is what it is, right? Is that right, Sean? Is that what it is? Is that what we're dealing with here?
And all of that, but it is okay because representatives from Aurora, Colorado's police department say that there is no problem at all whatsoever. Pay no attention to your lying eyes because we have new evidence, recontextualization, that says everything is safe, everything is...
The thing is, you hadn't put it into a solid context in the first place, right? You're complaining about recontextualization when your side is the one that started off with the recontextualization. You just fed it into your racist fantasy machine and had it spit out this evil Venezuelan gang has taken over the apartment complex, forcefully moving Venezuelans in. They're gonna take over the freaking country like this. That's right. That's right, Sean.
First class all the way, and the governor says it's honestly a figment of your imagination that you're even concerned about this.
Yeah, good morning to you both. And the neighbors who actually live in the Edge at Lowry Apartments, they actually had a rally yesterday to talk about all of this and say, hey, this is not what's going on. It's actually this building's kind of a mess and the management company is not taking care of it. And they're asking specifically to talk to the Mayor Mike Kaufman, I should say, here in Aurora. And it sounds like the mayor is on board to chit chat about what's going on. Now, Mayor Mike Kaufman says there have been conversations of an emergency order to take over the complex, but he says that's a last resort. Now, those who live there, they tell us they have had no issues with gang activity, but say the real crime is the horrible living conditions they've been dealing with, like the mountains of trash, bed bugs, and even mice. And they say all of this happening without any help from the property management company.
So right here, you have the competing narrative that is being put forward by the residents that still remain in the apartment complex. Very crucial for you guys to understand. We're talking about those who still remain there, and they say, listen, there is no issue at all whatsoever with gangs or gangs.
So now wait, the one person that I can think of that's not in the complex right now is the person that got moved out. They got another apartment. They got to move out from that like fucking delinquent landlord situation, right? In other words, the person with the vested interest in backing up the landlord story.
Violence or gang take.
And what I don't see from him is any sort of defense for the blatantly, obviously negligent landlord. I see incredible good faith in making the assumption that this poor landlord has been chased away by the evil Venezuelan gang. Even 2 years ago, before they were there, they went back in time and chased the, and fucked up this person's properties, right? And it seems blatantly clear to anybody with eyes that this is a landlord that is negligent, and that this report of an invasion by organized crime is like an attempt for them to get out of the consequences of their mistreatment of their tenants.
Takeover. all of that stuff that you saw on the video, the break-in and all of that, that would be considered fake news, stuff that doesn't exist, and stuff that you don't need to pay attention to. In reality, the issue is the slumlords, because there are bugs, we're talking roaches, bed bugs, there are also pests like mice present in the building, and what you need to do is give these people the healthy living conditions that they require on the taxpayer dime. Now, I will just point out that these, of course, are the people who remain in the building, not the people who have fled, not the people who have given us the footage of what was going on in the building, and for some reason, this is being treated by Democrats at the state level as proof positive that everything that you saw on video and everything that was reported in the weeks leading up to that video being published broadly is just fake news and you don't need to hear about it. But I will point out that while there probably is something shady going on with the property managers.
Thank you. That tiny little admission means a lot to me, Sean.
Right here, that we had a bunch of different various reports that came before this that lead us to believe that this current report is.
Variant says the skeleton is me when I listen to more than 2 minutes of this guy.
Absolutely nonsensical.
I'm sorry.
In the building where Cindy and Edward Romero lived until today. They loaded up their stuff and moved out.
It's been a nightmare and I can't wait to get out of here.
This is how Cindy used to lock her front door.
Every day when we come home, we have to do this. Every time we go outside to take out the garbage, every time we try to go to bed at night, we have to keep it like this so nobody can kick in the door.
The couple's car and many others here.
Wait, does that actually work? Would that keep like the cops from kicking in your door?
Riddled with bullets after a shootout at the complex earlier this month. The Romeros say the trouble started when a large number of migrants began moving in. They had not been able to move out for different reasons.
We couldn't get any. We tried reaching out to the resources, but they told us since it wasn't actually a condemned building, we would have to wait until that was the issue, but we didn't want to wait for that. So the only help I got was after talking to you.
Again, the Department of Homeland Security is like, yeah, that is TDA. That is the Venezuelan gang. They are definitely in there, and they are 100% a problem. You have all these different various local crime reports in and around this apartment complex. We had the video of what was going on TikTok.
The tenants are probably paying more in rent than he does. Yeah, they said the rents were like $1,300 to $1,400, right?
And apparently, even before it was national news, all of these different people are supposedly lying about this, giving their own takes from the ground.
Lusher Don says, I live in a nice-ish area and I have to lock my door too.
That stuff is all to be dismissed because now these
that wouldn't stop a police battering ram
of this apartment have come out to say that there is no crime problem, and when the police did their patrol, they didn't run into anybody with outstanding warrants or anybody that they could determine to be affiliated with the gang. Again, during whatever
Variant says, have y'all ever seen Home Alone?
They decided that they were going to do a patrol.
That's how you defend your home.
They were talking to these people who
Half Black Reaper says, what is that with that skeleton anyway? Is he in the dungeon? What are we going to do with actual justice warrioring?
Who are allegedly under the threat of the gang. They did not get any information that indicated that the gang was even present there, which, by the way, I don't believe.
Now, the management company, CB's management, also oversaw the Gnome.
I'm sorry, you think that police fudged a report in a direction that undermined a rationale of a violent minority group in the process of committing crimes? You think that the police, that's their bias? That's what they did? They went there, they found gang stuff, and they're like, I don't see anything here. I don't see any kind of problem. Everything's okay. Everything's all right.
Complex that was shut down last month. Now, the city shut down Gnome Street because of code violations, but the management company says that they couldn't go in there and actually deal with the code violations because it was overrun by a Venezuelan gang.
So like has been reported over and over again, a bunch of these different management companies have said that they've tried to fix violations, but essentially they've been forced out by the gang members, and that actually led to the shutting down of a prior apartment complex. And in this particular case, we're actually looking at a similar situation because the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, despite the fact that this place is supposedly not being taken over by gangs, is also seeking an emergency order in order to clear the apartment. So all of these people right now, if they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this apartment complex, are facing eviction if that order is to go through. So you can kind of understand how there's a little bit of a interesting incentive being put forward. One, these people have guns to their head, proverbially and possibly literally, having them come out and say that there's no issue in this particular complex.
I'm sorry, what was the stipulation?
By gangs, is also seeking an emergency order in order to clear the apartment. So all of these people right now, if they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this,
If they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this residence,
apartment complex, are facing eviction if that order is to go through.
So wait, what? No, they did. I feel like they did get kicked out of their houses, right? I feel like there was right, that whole thing about to get the apartment back into the hands of the landlord was what the police were on about, and that people got kicked out, and that they'd gotten some sort of help in terms of hotel rooms, but yeah, that they had lost their housing. I didn't hear anything about what he's saying, which is that you get evicted if you say that there's a problem here.
So you can kind of understand how there's a little bit of a interesting incentive being put forward. One, these people have guns to their head, proverbially and possibly literally, having them come out and say that there's no issue in this particular complex. They are the people who remained in this complex, who didn't move out due to fear. And
yeah, actual justice warrior just made an Olympic medal-worthy leap of logic. Yeah, that's the long jump right there. That's the record.
If they acknowledge the criminality, they may actually be rewarded by being evicted from this particular apartment.
So that's all. Everybody kind of pointing the finger at each other. But that location, like I said, allegedly also had gang activity. Now, the mayor, though, he says all of these allegations are a potential crutch for the company to be using.
So yeah, it's not really the most believable position for these people to take that there is no gang activity in this particular apartment complex when we have video of gang activity in this particular apartment complex.
In Elena Street. This entire situation, we've had a change in narrative.
You don't. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. You've got video and no context.
Because of one instance, everybody's just looking and assigning it to everybody else. We've been paying our rent. There's nobody in there who is asking us for money other than the owner. We have not had to pay anybody. We have not had any issues with security. We are not criminals.
So this woman says right here, look, we're not all criminals. We've never been asked to pay anybody. And honestly, it's just one incident that people are raging out about. And to be clear, the video appears to be actually two instances, because you have the break-in and then the shootout out front. And if that were,
we're gonna go after people living in these apartments because they were the victims of some crime at some point.
Just it, then maybe you could.
We're gonna turn that on them. Maybe they're paying rent to the gang.
Write it off as a one-off, but the fact of the matter is, it's not one instant.
Can we be sure that it was the apartment complex? The only thing that makes me think that yes is the Tyler Oliveira video. Seemed to be at the same location, or at least in the same complex, maybe.
There are,
but I mean, I guess I didn't look. I'm not entirely sure.
And weeks of reports of criminal activity, of gang activity in these particular complexes.
We showed Councilmember Danielle Jurinsky the video. Today, she helped the couple move out and find a new place to live.
The city nonprofits have lined up to help the migrants that have come here, but nobody is helping the American citizens, the residents that are trapped in these apartment complexes.
The Romeros tell us others living here had been asking when they'd be moving out.
And this isn't just Americans. This is...
Yeah, they said we're not criminals, and he said we're not all criminals.
Other Venezuelans that are living under this control, that are being extorted by the control of this gang.
While we were on the property today, even before we left, we were told other people were moving in and taking over the Romero's unit.
The local news media likely not making that stuff up. The police being sent out there repeatedly, likely not making that stuff up.
We got a statement from the mayor's office this afternoon telling us that so far there are no code enforcement actions that will be taking place at this complex. The mayor's office also telling us that the Aurora Police Department was able to see this video earlier in the investigation. And today, Danielle Jurinsky, the council member, telling us that she's also helped another person move out of this complex.
But they're now going with this narrative that Aurora is perfectly safe, that these gangs don't exist, despite the fact that we have all this different supporting.
I've never heard anybody say that any place is perfectly safe, right? What the fuck do you mean?
Reporting that shows us that they do exist.
There's a difference between it is not a fucking gang-ridden hellhole and everything is perfectly safe. There's a difference, right?
We've really made an effort to the last few days to just really ask the specific questions or the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's
Yeah, why does everyone have that one short ring cam clip, the same one with footage that stops after 3 seconds?
actually making sure that people aren't paying rent to gang leaders or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking.
Corpsink, you want to back that up with some crime statistics?
So many residents that that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
So it's very important for you guys when you hear statements from public officials to understand what is being said in between the lines right there. So this woman makes the claim that the gangs have not taken over this complex, and they know that because they're here in and around this area, and they don't feel as if it has been taken over. On top of that, she's zeroing in and focusing on the claim that supposedly these people were paying rent to the gang members and not to the property management company, but in reality, talking to average people that are in this area is not going to clarify that issue to any significant degree. The way that you would figure this out is by looking at the financial transactions of the property management company. If they're actually not receiving rent from the tenants, then one could assume, based on the videos of gang members breaking down doors and going in there armed to the teeth, that maybe they're paying rent to the gang members. But honestly, this is not something that matters all that much. If they are so present in this place that they are deterring maintenance people from coming in, that they're deterring all these other things, and they are preying upon these people, the last thing that they're going to want to do is tell it to the police, especially if they're looking for an emergency order in order to vacate these people from the premises. And by the way, the Aurora, Colorado mayor is completely all over the place on this particular issue, because he was signaling earlier that this was in fact the real deal, a definite problem in his city, but he's also talking about how he did not authorize these people to be in here, and he's searching for the funding from whatever nonprofit or government agency might be paying for them to be in this apartment complex in the first place. He also highlights, on the other hand, out-of-state landlords. He calls them slumlords, and honestly, I'm not sure what angle this guy is tackling this issue at, other than the fact that I believe that he wants these people out of Aurora. He has not tried to maintain the sanctuary city status, and he's angry at neighboring Denver.
So it looks like overall it is not, it is a fairly, like by comparison to other places in the US, it's fairly high in terms of its crime rate.
For allowing these people to come in such great numbers and bending over backwards in order to give them benefits, including cutting government spending.
So that's why nobody was saying that that gang doesn't operate there, or that there's not crime there. In fact, we heard about there hadn't been a crime at that complex, right? Reported, but there had been a crime reported at a complex, I think owned, weirdly enough, by the same negligent landlord. In a building that they had owned
in Denver for them.
What is relevant is that there are criminals that seem to be working together, that are committing crimes, to me, that's what's relevant. We got to get them. We got to get them out of there.
So I know I've put a lot of emphasis on.
So again, I gotta say it again, and look, I'm not trying to say that, like, you know, if this was not true, that, you know, demonization of migrants would be justifiable, right? Because it's just like, but if this place is a high crime rate area, then the presence of undocumented people there by crime statistics would statistically be likely to lower the crime, not raise the crime, as again, undocumented people commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens.
The Democrats being responsible for the border problems, being responsible for sanctuary cities.
Goddamn Democrats.
And being the...
See, you're saying sanctuary cities as if this is related to crime, right? And you don't have data for that. Just like you don't have data for this kind of moral panic that you're trying to dredge up, trying to act like the United States is suffering from greater crime than it did in the past, when in actuality the crime rate is going down, 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 and down. There was a brief respite back up in the, you know, immediately, you know, the at some point in the lockdown, but it's come back down. And what hasn't come back down is the rhetoric. And the racist use of the rhetoric to demonize groups like this.
Chief deniers that this is actually an issue, but I need you guys to understand that this man right here...
Like, look, crime and immigration are like the peanut butter and chocolate of the racist appeal of Donald Trump. That's what we're dealing with, right? You get the peanut butter and the chocolate together, and it's irresistible to your boomer aunt. It's irresistible to your Facebook grandpa, right? It becomes irresistible to the actual justice warriors of the world out there hunting super mayors everywhere they can find them.
Mike Kaufman, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, is a Republican. And again, I bring that up because his position is incomprehensible. This guy has said that the problem doesn't exist. Then he said that the problem...
Yeah, I mean, I checked at GorpSync, and yeah, it does have, like, it's in the top maybe 2% of, you know, crime statistics by cities in the U.S.
does exist, and then there's no violations of code in any of these buildings. Then he said there are violations of code in these buildings, and the slumlords are the problem, and we have to investigate them because the migrant takeover...
But the thing is, you're letting the slumlords off completely, when everything about this story indicates that that's the real problem. That's what's going on here, right? The trash that's piled up outside of the house is being used as, like, evidence that there's some kind of horrible Venezuelan, the neighbor that they asked that said, you know, well, maybe they just live like that, or maybe they don't care because this isn't their home or whatever, right? Everything about the situation, everything about the delinquency of the landlord is being used as, like, further proof that there's something wrong with the residents. And, you know, the implication being the residents are Venezuelan, and that's what's, you know, maybe that's what's wrong with them. This is what's...
The gang takeover doesn't exist. Then he's come back to saying that no, this is a problem. This is organized criminals, aka gang members, and I just have no idea.
Look, I honestly don't know about the mayor either. He does seem to be all over the map.
Day to day, what the hell this guy's position is. I'm telling you, the links to these sources and these interviews are in the description of this video. You will see.
I mean, here's how I interpret it, all right? There's a moral panic. There's a public outcry that exists irrespective of the actual situation, irrespective of what's actually happening, right? This stuff is catnip. This stuff catches fire super easily, and it goes fucking viral. And now the city, now the mayor is, you know, stuck in between a rock and the hard place, right? Because, you know, if he just says, like, we've looked into it and here's what's actually going on, and it's actually not that interesting, delinquent landlord, then he's gonna piss people off, right? So he's almost in a place where he's got to feed into the narrative that's being pushed.
He is flipping and flopping back and forth over and over again on these particular issues. The only thing he's remained consistent on is the fact that he doesn't want migrants in that apartment complex, but every other position that this guy throws out there is completely different.
Obviously, I don't.
Wait, is this the guy? No, this isn't.
At the border.
This is Kaufman. Yeah.
That it seems like whenever the pattern here in these properties is that
So, Chad, this is a MAGA Republican saying
we
this.
have a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. It seems to be a target-rich environment for a criminal element to come in and to exploit them.
Again, every time I watch an interview from this guy, he's saying something completely different. He's like, listen, whether or not they're this specific gang or whatever, they appear to be an organized group of people committing crimes in and around this apartment complex. But also, I'm not only concerned about this apartment complex, I'm concerned about what's going on in the city of Aurora in terms of organized crime. But also, it's not happening. But also, Aurora is a safe place to live. But also, I don't know about this border policy.
He's the mayor, of course he's going to say that.
And all these criminals that are in a group, some type of an organization where they have matching colors or matching tattoos, and I think they're causing problems.
Did they have matching colors or matching tattoos? I saw like one dude in a black tracksuit, one dude in a black hoodie, one dude in a red hoodie, one dude in a red tracksuit. I didn't feel like there was a lot of coordination going on.
In Aurora. Again, listen.
Unless you're going to tell me that's two rival groups.
Person, Mayor Kaufman, get a hold of yourself. Understand what position you're actually taking before it comes out of your face. I can't get any read on this particular person. And all I have right now is the interim police chief saying, oh, there's no issue right here.
And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
I have federal law enforcement saying that this is the gang. They're in this area. I have local media reports from weeks.
Yeah, the gang does seem to be in this area, right? That I could confirm. To some extent, right? That gang is in this area is different than the gang is in the apartment building, okay?
Prior to this, talking about the gangs growing in influence and preying on these particular tenants. We have tenants that are filming the gang activity in their apartment complex, have fled the apartment out of fear of the gangs taking control of it, property managers saying that they can't get in because of gang activity, and conversely, we have law enforcement saying that there's no issue.
And you see that gang activity being a fucking hell of a good excuse for the negligent landlord.
Remaining tenants who might be facing eviction if the gangs have taken over, saying that there is no issue, but nobody is being clear, and a lot of that ambiguity comes from the mayor's office, who is taking every single position possible, who's not clarifying what's going on.
And I think I'm trying to, be realistic on how I portray this, but I am worried that there is a tendency inherently to exaggerate and to say, this incident that's isolated to 3 buildings under the same ownership with the same people, concentration of Venezuelan migrants, is the city of Aurora, that the entire city is unsafe. And that
Look, welcome to Portland, Oregon, right? This is shit that people have been doing about various US cities for like years and years and years and years. They'll take one incident that happens in one place in one city and they will portray the entire city as being that clip. That is what's going on in the entire city. Hence the phrase "Portland is burning."
That narrative isn't true, and that's a destructive narrative to, the economic health of this city.
So again, I'm going to leave this up to you guys out there in the audience. Is this just a one-off?
Actual justice warrior. We report, you decide.
Just a one individual instance of gang members busting down a...
Is the mayor going to call a taxpayer a slumlord? That is part of the that is part of what people have proposed, right? Is that the way that the slumlord's being treated by the city officials, by the courts, by the mayor, it does seem like maybe this is somebody with some clout, somebody with some that can call in some favors, somebody with some connections.
Door and infiltrating an apartment armed to the teeth and then having a shootout in front of the place. Is the crime in the Walmart a completely other additional random instance? Are all of these random instances?
Yeah. Quite likely, yes. I don't know why he's asking like this could not be. It could not be. It's not possible that these could all be random instances. No, there must be a connection. Okay, Pepe Sylvia. You keep You keep tying those threads together, all right? Just like President Sunday, who we will be seeing if chat does indeed choose violence. Let's see what chat is choosing right now. What is chat up to? How are you doing, chat? How have you been? I've been a little bit concentrated on what I'm doing here, but I have not forgotten about you. And it looks like you're voting for Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. With chat chooses violence, actually in a tie with Demon Mama responds to Tyler at 22%. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman only getting like 18% today. Only doing about 18%. That's where the vote's at right now. As far as the dono goal, we're at 65% out of 100%. That's 35%. That is basically 2/3 of the way there, right? So we're 2/3 of the way towards the dono goal. And it looks like chat chooses violence has just got a lot of juice behind it. It's got a lot of oomph. It's got a lot of verve. It's got a lot of energy, right? It's got some momentum, so to speak. And is at 45% extra right now, which, yeah, I think actually, wait, does that put that above 43, 53? Yeah, it's actually winning. It does seem to be winning. So that's what's winning right now. That is Suntent, that is Sunday content, the content that is Sunday, the content that keeps giving, the gift that keeps giving. President Sunday, our favorite cow. The best cow in the orchard. I don't know why the cow's in the orchard, though. That seems like a bad thing. It seems like we shouldn't let President Sunday traipse around the orchard, eating whatever apples he likes. We should keep him hemmed in instead. A well-domesticated cow. Thus. Okay, so now I know there's some Tim Pool video somewhere that I saw. Let me see if I can... Armed illegal... Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, god damn. How long is Tim... We'll give Tim Pool a short run, okay? We'll give him a short run. That's what Suntent means. Yeah, unfortunately. He keeps on talking about Tyler and about me. And chat, he's saying weird things about me. Is he cannibal? I mean, look, if you told me, if you had proof that he was a cannibal, I wouldn't be super surprised. But I don't have proof that he's a cannibal. 80 likes and, yeah, 104 votes and only 80 likes. I mean, we could probably do better, maybe. It's possible. Here we go, chat. Timcast time. I mean, and then we got TYT time. So I feel like we're kind of going from bad to worse. I don't know, though. Do you think Anna will be the worst, or will Tim Pool? There he is. With his favorite kind of story. There's our favorite Russian asset, Tim Pool. The question is, what did Tim Pool know, and when did he know it? Is he really that fucking ignorant to not realize that this vast amount of money that he was getting paid to just be himself was actually because he was useful to a Russian government project? Or is he really just that imperceptive? Sadly, Anna will be worse. I think you're right, Izzy. That's what I've come to expect from Miss Kasparian. I would take 5 million from a Russian oligarch also. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of money. Although didn't he get kind of a like, he didn't get paid the way that like Dave Rubin got paid. Dave Rubin got paid. Right? I feel like Dave Rubin made out of this the best. I feel like Dave Rubin did really well with this. Why do we have a loaded question automatically in the poll? Just to set up expectations for you, Instructor Varants. Just a friendly suggestion to like the fucking stream. That's all. That's all. That's all I'm offering. A friendly suggestion. as your streamer, I advise you to hit that like button if you know what's good for you. Because look, this Colorado apartment complex may not be run by a evil gang, but this chat is definitely run by an evil bad streamer, right? NCC bad. NCC bad. So yeah, speaking of bad, we're about to go from bad to worse with Tim Pool. He looks kind of stoned. I don't really care if he is or not. He's got the same mic as I do, though. So that's kind of cool. And our sub goal, our donor goal is at 65%. So we are indeed 35% away from opening up extra content that could drop right after the Anna Kasparian take on this story, which I'm sure may be even worse than Tim Pool's. But yeah, you got some more time. You also got time to vote. If you haven't already, the vote is over in the full screen stream on YouTube. And if you haven't, feel free to click over there and vote. Leave a like while you're there, too, because it's good for your health to hit that like button. Anyway, chat, I feel like I've berated chat enough. Let me hit that play button, and we'll stop the meditative music. Listen to Tim Pool. Oh, he's muted. Bro is muted.
Interviews, which is not really a tradition. It's a tradition to have an interview with your vice presidential candidate after you've already given a bunch of interviews, and then you're introducing your VP. But of course, Kamala Harris doesn't have the cognitive capabilities to handle an interview on.
Tim, do you really want to talk about cognitive capabilities, considering that your innocence in this case is resting on people assuming that you were incredibly dull-witted? Do you really want to play that game
on her own? So she's getting.
Do you really want us to guess what's underneath that beanie?
Roasted even by CNN. CNN contributors are ragging on her. So we'll talk about.
All right, talk about the allegations.
It's
here we go.
Illegal immigrant gangs taking off.
Your favorite kind of story, Tim.
An apartment complex.
It's your favorite kind of story.
And now I will say, while that certainly is a very important story, it's now reaching critical mass due to a collection of incidents that have effectively broken the camel's back. That is, of course, the viral video of armed men with rifles and pistols breaking down a door. The door gets replaced. They show up again. The people who live across from this unit filmed how they have to lock their doors. But there's more. Videos of a shootout. The car of these individuals who live here riddled with bullets from a shootout. And then we have a couple other stories. Migrants tried to hijack school buses in California. And now we are seeing, well, all of these things on their own are huge stories.
You know what would be a huge story, Tim, is if you didn't cherry pick incidents, the easiest incidents to try to characterize a whole group of people that from all appearances are committing crimes at a lower rate than the citizens of this country.
We've now got
as being violent and as being dangerous and as being criminal based on their nationality and nothing more.
A critical mass where the corporate press, viral videos have bubbled up with all of these stories coming into one. And, oh,
jeez, this was 8 days ago. Hey, chat, I kind of showed you this out of order. Tim Pool was early in on this story.
All I can really say is this is just a shocking moment in an ongoing story that has been around for a decade, when Donald Trump was talking about these crimes for quite some time. In fact, when Donald Trump said, you've got these criminal gangs, these traffickers, these cartels, they are not humans, they're animals, he said. Of course, referring to.
No, we know what he was doing there. We know exactly what he was doing there, right? If they're not humans, you don't have to treat them with empathy. So you can demonize the fuck out of them. You can make them the targets of your racist policies. Yeah, we know what he's doing there. You don't have to explain to him.
To the violent criminal gangs that, murder and behead people. And the media said he was calling all migrants animals, which is a lie. So some would say It's old news. Who cares about any of this? That's actually funny. Guys, the people in the chat who are like, I learned about this story a month ago. We all did. We all did. But this is just one of 800,000 stories that have been going on since Donald Trump started running for office in 2015, which is literally the point of why he wanted to build a wall. But now we have an issue where a sanctuary state is dealing with the political fallout, and the story is going massively viral. Not this one video, but numerous instances, and also affecting other areas. I think the story, you know, I was contemplating which one to lead with, because illegal immigrants trying to hijack school buses.
You love that one. Yeah, that's pretty juicy. That's like an 80s movie.
I think would be, wow. I mean, that's crazy. It is. But the corporate press, the viral videos, and the sentiment from individuals on average suggests that the more shocking scenario is when a bunch of guys with guns show up to your apartment and riddle your car with bullets, as opposed to trying to steal your children. They're both shocking stories, so we'll put them together in one.
They're trying to steal your children, chat. They're trying to steal your children.
I can't say that I'm surprised. I don't think anybody else watching is surprised, but we'll talk about that. Then we've got World War III. World War III is, happening. Russia has issued another threat to the United States over World War III after Ukraine started bombing oil depots in Russia. Ukraine has invaded Russia. Russia has evacuated citizens, and wow. Can't say that I'm surprised that we're here. And then, of course, a nice, fun cultural segment. Yes, I saw this tweet from Carl Benjamin. A woman who went to Oxford who claims to have an IQ rivaling Stephen Hawking has decided to become a hooker.
Tim Pool, never change. Never, ever, ever change. Yeah, mods, we are still streaming. This stream is still on, so I don't know what I did that gave the signal that we were about to end, but no, we still have to cover Anna Kasparian. We haven't even covered... Oh my god, did I not save this into a... Yeah, please be responsible with your wrenches, seriously. Let's see, what are we doing? I'm just going to type it in. TYT, Venezuela, it should come up, maybe. Colorado. That's about all the Tim Pool that I want to take. What? Oh my god, please actually work, YouTube. For once in your fucking life, thank you. There we go. Starting to get a little bit irritated, but that's okay. So here we go. Here's the main topic of tonight. We've seen Hasan cover this. I feel like he did a pretty good job. Pretty sober appraisal of what actually was going on here. We've seen Breaking Point's actually surprisingly good coverage of this. Like, I generally think of Breaking Points as kind of a 50-50 because their whole, center disposition. And then we took a look at actual Justice Warrior getting worse. Tim Pool, oh god, I mean, I couldn't even stick around for that long, right? I couldn't even stick around for much of the Tim Pool. But now we've got TYT. This is the main topic. This is why you're all here. This is the show. This is the stream actually, like starting for real, even though it's taken a while, right? And this is what is Anna Kasparian. Now, I want you to understand this. This went up a day ago. This went up 24 hours ago or so. And as such, Anna Kasparian had something that Tim Pool didn't have, had something that Hasan didn't have, which is like the benefit of a little bit more time. When news breaks, when viral videos bust out, and you don't necessarily have all the facts immediately. You sort of have to wait for stuff to solidify, to know exactly what's happening, to know what's true and what's not true. Anna Kasparian has the most benefit from time. And we're going to see exactly how she uses that benefit in this TYT video. Venezuelan gangs take over an apartment complex, or did they?
Watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up. So if you look closely at the kind of upper right-hand side, you see a car parked and you see individuals approaching that vehicle armed with guns. Luckily, in this case, the footage doesn't show anyone getting hurt or getting shot. But apparently, this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there.
Oh, I think there's gaslighting here. I do believe there's gaslighting.
Is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. And the local government can't seem to keep its facts straight or its story straight. So look, at first, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs. Let's watch.
What shooting? It didn't happen. It's a figment of your imagination. Why are you making it up? Whose team are you on? Shill, grifter, liar. That's what leftists sound like on Twitter when issues of public safety come up. Also, we're covering the shooting today. Very first story. You're welcome. Oh my God, who asked? Anna, who asked?
These gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants, and so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation.
Lady Badash is telling me that the title that I'm seeing, Venezuelan gangs take over an apartment complex, or did they, is not actually the original title. That the original title for this was even more right-wing.
And then collected the rents. Arrests have been made, but these operations.
I'm glad that the leftist mafia are keeping Anna honest.
Are still ongoing.
I mean, as much as you can.
After that, it appeared that the state and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim that there's no problem at all. What do you mean? This is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, depending on what you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen. Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan
Dreaded Land is telling us about Hassan Hussein propaganda shorts account
gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area.
I hope this isn't advertising.
There seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back, and we love you for it.
Okay, let's go to the evidence. There's a.
Thanks for the jump scare, Uncle Jank.
Law firm representing the lender to the landlord of that apartment complex, okay? Remember, this is the lender. The lender wants to know, hey, I've loaned a lot of money out. I want to know what's going on with this apartment complex. So the lender hires the Perkins Coie law firm, and they start to investigate claims of gang violence because the lender had caught word that.
Now wait, we looked earlier, there was, I don't know if it was in the Hasan video. I thought it was here, maybe. There's like a let's see. Yeah. Wait, no, for officials, it was supposedly more of a public relations issue. Okay, so it's not here. It's not in this one, right? But I feel like maybe it was in the Hasan piece. They talked about a a PR firm that had been hired by the holding company for the apartments. Anna's talking about a law firm.
That there was an issue of gang violence at this apartment complex.
At least the Venezuelan gangs have left the couches alone, right?
The law firm says that it interviewed witnesses and reviewed video from the Whispering Pines, that's the name of the apartment complex, for its investigation. They then shared their report with Aurora, Colorado's top administrators on August 9th. Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender. And they submit their report on August 9th. And they also sent it to a local CBS News affiliate. And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex. So first, here's what the report found. The evidence we have reviewed indicates that gang members are engaging in flagrant trespass violations, assaults and battery, human trafficking and sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activities, often targeting vulnerable Venezuelan and other immigrant populations. So the person who authored the report on behalf of the law firm, T. Marcus Funk, wrote, and he is a former US attorney. So look, for the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please don't report the truth because it's gonna paint migrants in a negative light. The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about immigrants, you should want
them deported. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying, right? You should want a moral panic about them. You should want them getting weird texts from people in their neighborhood, which they're getting, threats, right? You should want them to be demonized because of their nationality and because of their undocumented status. Yes, that is what she's saying. All right, go on.
Want them to live under these conditions. Let me go to more of the report where they write that the gang activity at Whispering Pines escalated in 2024, according to the document obtained by CBS News Colorado. In April of 2024, a housekeeper called the property manager, informing him that two individuals at the property went into an apartment, came out with large firearms, and were coming to kill him, the property manager. The individuals were apparently past due on rent. The property manager said, quote, that the two individuals.
Oh my God. So a situation where the problem is a delinquent landlord gets turned into a demonization of tenants. Violent tenants who are behind in their rent and will not pay rent come to shoot up their landlord.
Individuals were arrested as they were coming to kill him, end quote. The report says the men who were armed with large firearms were gang members. Now, the property manager went on to say that the gang members.
Because that's how you solve a rent dispute. Yeah, you'll be totally fine if you unalive. No, goddamn, like what the fuck? Like, I love this being explained as like, yeah, no, this is what they're doing. They were didn't want to pay their rent, so they brought their assault weapons and
allegedly stabbed.
To pay it in lead, I guess.
A Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang. Since then,
okay, so now that's weird. Where is she getting this, right? Because this is stuff that nobody else confirmed. Snopes didn't have any of this stuff, right? No one else has had this stuff. Property manager said CBS News Colorado. Okay, so it's local news. We're going to local news. You know about local news, chat? 5 things that will kill you tonight at 11. Yeah, that's what local news is, right? Their news gets ratings when they can threaten the lives, when they can worry their viewers, right? Anything that is deadly, anything that bleeds. This is where the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads comes from, right? So, I mean, this is where That's what Anna's doing. That's where she's going.
The property manager went on to say that the gang members allegedly stabbed a Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang. Since then, the property has recorded footage of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines. And then in June, the report says suspected gang members.
I remember that is the apartment complex where the residents protested. The residents came out and protested and said that there was not gang violence, there was not gang anything. There was a delinquent landlord that was ruining their fucking lives.
Approached the property manager and offered to help the manager if he agreed to pay the gang 50% of everything the property management company collected in rent. Now, the investigators who wrote the report said gang members said that they were taking over vacant units at this apartment complex and would start collecting rent from the tenants. And they allegedly said, quote, "This is our business plan." One gang member told the housekeeper, if he, meaning the property manager, doesn't like it, we will fill him with bullets. The report says video footage shows Tren de Agua gang members violently.
She's having trouble saying it.
Breaking into vacant apartments, kicking doors open, and also moving Venezuelan immigrants into the empty apartment units. And I'm about to get to confirmation of all of this by the Aurora Police Department in just a minute. But before I do, Cenk, I want to give you a chance to weigh in.
Yeah. So, guys, I
don't. Philip Ogilvy says, you sound like a hack. Do your homework. You're looking at Anna fucking Kasparian. You're looking at somebody who sold her soul.
I don't know what the dispute's about. So the left wing is saying what? That they didn't take over the apartment buildings. They're there. They're obviously there. There's no question.
They're there as in there's fucking gang activity in the area and that is a gang. Yes. Right? The question is there a fucking reason for a moral panic about Venezuelan immigrants, about Venezuelan gangs? Is this an actual threat, or is this more election year bullshit meant to boost the presidential campaign of somebody that Cenk and Anna say that they're against?
They're there. Did they take over some apartments?
And given what we've just seen about Tim Pool and his ilk, given what we've just seen about money being given to people to spread these kind of narratives that make Americans afraid of immigrants, narratives that make Americans afraid of queer people, narratives that make Americans afraid of each other. What do you want? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that TYT has been likewise swayed? Maybe not by the Russian government, maybe not by RT, but they have hopped on board of that gravy train, and they are getting that bag right now. They have flipped on a dime in order to collect the very lucrative gravy train that is the right-wing bullshit industrial complex.
There's no question that they took over some apartments. So they're saying what? The lawyers are lying about the entire building being taken over. Remember, it's not the property owner. Now, a lot of people say, oh, the property.
And when you say they, we're talking about the residents, Cenk, right? He's saying they, I don't know, they liberals, leftists, weirdos, blue hairs, people with multiple piercings, people with like advanced college degrees, I don't know, right? They. But we're really talking about the residents of the apartment in question that say, yes, we do have a problem and we want the media to pay attention to it. We don't want the media to go away, but our problem is actually our landlord. Our problem is actually not a violent Venezuelan gang taking over the apartment, putting in like, Venezuelan immigrants and collecting the rent from everybody, right? That's not happening. That's what they're saying.
He's a bad guy.
That's what they're saying.
That doesn't prove anything. The property owners could be bad guys that don't take.
Oh my God, Queenie Evergreen, you may be a little bit late to the table on this one.
Rodents and the bed bugs, etc. And event.
TYT's been listing to the right for a long time now.
The gang might have taken over the apartments, those two facts are not at all logically connected. So I don't see how that disproves that there's a gang there. So there's more evidence coming that Anna's got for you guys. I was very persuaded by local news. Unfortunately, we can't show the video from local news because of copyright issues. But
oh, I'm sorry. Lady Badash is correcting me. No, NCC, they is obviously the birthing people. Yeah, the birthing people. Are the birthing people in the room with us right now, Anna?
Report that Anna is referring to was super clear. And I don't know why people are surprised that gangs do extortion. Of course they do, right?
I mean, they can, but you need to fucking show me the evidence. And you don't have that. And we have contradicting evidence from people who fucking live there.
And then I was very persuaded by a local resident.
See, this is what I'm saying, right? If Anna, now understand, right? We're watching this kind of seems like they're covering the story, just like Hasan covered the story, just like Tim Pool, an actual justice warrior, just like everybody's covering the story. This is a story, people are talking about it, and TYT is covering it, right? You might think that, but watch until we get to towards the end of the story, where this actually comes from, what this actually is about, right? Because believe it or not, this video is meant to be a refutation of the video that we saw from Hasan. The only thing that it's missing is any actual coverage of Hasan's video. She is not watching what he's saying and debunking what he's saying. She's saying he's full of shit. He's a liar. He's spreading disinformation. While spreading disinformation that demonizes people that Anna's pretending like she cares about. Like, this is just gross, TYT. Like, I don't know what money you're getting and from who, but I fucking hope it's worth it.
A Latina working class woman that we're gonna show you in a minute who told her story of it. So it's definitely real. The only question is it the whole building? Is it some of the building? And is it no big deal if it's just some of the building? So we'll get into those questions in a little bit. But
here's the problem with breaking news, right? The story that sells is the story where you say Tren de Aragua is taking over the building, right? But you don't have that evidence. But you're able to kind of get in there by, well, we don't have the evidence that it's not true, so let's just go ahead and report it. And meanwhile, you help to demonize an already demonized group of people. You help to augment the racism that is already present, already running rampant in our country, and the racism that very well may bring Donald Trump into the presidency once again. Because you don't care about the truth, you don't care about the people, you don't sure as fuck don't care about those residents. You didn't say shit about the residents there, right? You didn't even show us that. You care about getting that bag.
Question that it's a giant problem. Oh, and the other question we'll get into in a minute is who's responsible? Because that mayor, I think, is the most responsible. And he's making it seem like, oh no, Biden's the most responsible. We can get into that conversation. But brother, Biden doesn't run your city, you do. Send in the goddamn cops if you think there's gangs taking over buildings.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's the other thing too, is that this myth, this story, this narrative that surrounds the viral videos is that somehow the police won't do anything. Is that there is a takeover over the apartment building and the police are like, you know, turning their eyes away from it. They are averting their gaze, right? And then the implication being that the police are part of the deep state and everyone's part of the deep state and there's this big shadowy cabal that's coming in. Does this sound familiar, chat? Because we're literally in great replacement territory right now. We are literally in that zone. It's a big conspiracy. The establishment won't do anything about it. And the only one who's telling the truth are the people putting out these viral videos with a narrative that makes them pop. Because if your narrative is like, hey, I actually don't know what this is or what's going on here, I don't know, like, you know, we don't actually have an answer for this, that doesn't bang in the algorithm the way it does if you say this is an evil Venezuelan gang of immigrants that come in and take over the town, they're taking over the apartment complex, they're taking over everything, they're leaving a mountain of garbage in their wake, and they're really dirty, horrible, evil people, right? Then that fucking bangs, because there's a pre-existing audience out there of racists who are willing to believe that with no actual proof. That is what carries that story. Now, funny enough, chat, maybe there's a little bit of justice, right? I don't know. I don't know what TYT's normal views on a video are, but their video is 1 day old and it's only at 78K. So it's not like their, you know, sensationalistic story is actually, I feel like that, you know, the truth of the matter is that as far as doing breaking news stuff, they were a little bit late to the show. Tim Pool did this coverage 8 days ago. Hasan did this coverage like 3 or 4 days ago, right? Not that Hasan's video did particularly well, but yeah, TYT's a little late on the draw this time. But they're still sort of like wallowing in this morass of like half-truths, assumptions, and implications.
And it does appear, based on what one of the former residents is going to say, and you're going to hear from her, that the police didn't really want to deal with it. So we'll get to that in a moment. But the
Midas Touch blasted past TYT
response to that law firm's report
I would love to see them blast TYT, but that's not going to happen, chat. They're both libs.
About the gang violence. Basically, the Aurora Police Department provided
I will say, though, Midas Touch is a lot less centrist than TYT.
Confirmation. In fact, they had their own reporting on this.
They're not doing Midas or crooked numbers. Yeah. No, it's funny. You're going to see them brag at the end of this. You're going to see them try to flex on Hasan.
And their own reporting fell in line with what this law firm was saying. So, for instance, an officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told the police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to the vacant apartments at the Whispering Pine apartments so that a group of Venezuelans could move people into the Whispering Pine apartments. The officer reported, quote, suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her.
You see what this is, chat? They can't do the demonization with crime statistics because the crime statistics actually cut in the wrong direction. The crime statistics show that undocumented people are committing less crimes than your average citizen, right? So what they're trying to do is do it to them with narrative. And the narrative now, you know, according to this, is that they're coming in, they're taking over the apartments, and then they're forcing the immigrants into the apartments, right? They're force immigrating people into the United States. It's like a it's an invasion. That is exactly the narrative that's being spread here.
Her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow.
Jink is mad that DNC gave Hasan better access. Possibly. I feel like a lot of people were slightly mad. But yeah, chat mentions Crooked Media and Midas Touch, and they're both doing really well. They've kind of gotten with the new algorithm. The Tren de Aragua fear-mongering is exactly the same fear-mongering 15 years ago for MS-13. I remember everyone back in NYC, you mean, making a big roar out of MS-13 in the mid to late 2000s. Good catch.
Officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls there. So clearly, the Aurora Police Department was spooked about responding to any calls at this apartment complex. When CBS asked the Aurora Police Department about this, especially considering how they have recently denied gang violence as a problem, here's what they said, quote, the information and claims in the letter underscore why Aurora Police Department and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate violent crime impacting migrants and other communities in the Denver metro area. So which one is it? Is there a problem?
If people report a problem, they're gonna do a task force. They're gonna look into it. They're gonna go into these apartments like they did, like we saw them on the news, and with cameras on them, right? to demonstrate, no, we are not ignoring the problem. No, we were not the deep state. You know, they're gonna kiss people's asses. They're gonna kiss people's racist fucking asses for PR. Because that's what they fucking do. They're gonna waste resources and waste time, like investigating shit that they've already determined is not, you know, what the is not the narrative that was given with the viral videos.
Problem with Venezuelan gang violence in the area, or isn't there? Because on one hand, they say this isn't a thing, figment of your imagination. On the other hand, they're like, no, totally. We created like a special task force to deal with it. And by the way, just going back to something that Cenk referenced really quickly. So there are still tenants living in this apartment complex. Many of them are low income. Many of them are migrants. And so recently they held a protest to protest against the landlord, who does seem like a giant piece of you know what.
Thank you. Now listen, Anna, if you weren't so bent on selling this like anti-immigrant and tough on crime bullshit narrative, and this is the problem, like don't miss the point, right? This is the problem with TYT, this is the problem with Anna Kasparian. They are speaking to your deep fears. They are trying to harness people's fears for the algorithm, your fear of the other and your fear of crime, your fear of violence, right? And that's the problem, is that you're not coming at this from like an empirical perspective, looking at data, looking at trends, looking at what's happening. You're coming here looking at a fucking viral video and saying, this video is so goddamn shocking that it's gotta represent some secret takeover of apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, by this seedy underground gang from Venezuela, right? And so therefore we need to get tough on immigration, we need to get tough on crime, right? Let's look at the action item that you're proposing here, because you're not just like covering the fucking story, you're covering the noise. You're covering what's making the most noise in the algorithm to get fucking clicks. And it looks like you're not actually doing that well on it. So there's that.
They complain about bed bugs. They complain about rodents. They complain about the terrible conditions that they're living under. And some of them...
And your mind never goes to think that maybe some of this violent shit is made up by the landlord in order to get them out of having to do something about the apartment. And why might you have that bias, Anna? Why might you be positively disposed to landlords and maybe not so positively disposed to low-income tenants? Why might that be? Does anybody know? Anybody want to make the connection for me here?
Are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime. That usually...
See, the problem is things like gang violence, right, would be things that you might want to leave up to the police to decide, right? Because what you're doing is you're like, I saw a viral video. It was very impactful and emotional. And my little heart go pitter, patter, pitter, patter. And so therefore, whatever the police are doing in reaction to this incident that I saw, it must not be enough. They need to militarize the police. They need to expand the police. They need to go in there and fucking crack heads. They need to deport everyone, and they need to, like, right? It's this, like, this is the reaction that you have. It's not a productive reaction. As bad as the fucking cops are, right? And as much as I say that the police tend to have a conservative bias on most issues, that's the kind of person that tends to go into policing in the first place. I would trust the police and their assessment of the situation more than I would trust the assessment of Anna Kasparian, or more than I would trust the cover story from the negligent landlord who you seem to be cutting a lot of slack for.
Usually happens when gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart. They see it as an opportunity to come in.
You have brain rot. Gangs see a building falling apart and they're like, it's time to come in and take that. Let's take that crappy dilapidated building, right? That's the one that we want.
And take over. And so I don't see that.
What are they, termites? Like, what are you talking about?
As, oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both. And how do you account for all of these reports and all of this evidence that's pouring in regard to the issues that they're having, not just in this apartment complex, Cenk, but in the area in.
You know how I account for it? I'm looking at the crime statistics for Aurora, Colorado. All right. Now, look, think about it this way, right? When Anna talks about crime, she's talking about like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, areas, urban areas with actually surprisingly low crime rates, right? We are talking about a suburb of Denver, all right? We're talking about Aurora in Colorado, a suburb of Denver, and Aurora actually has a higher crime rate than, I believe, 97% of US cities. That's a high crime rate. So why is there a lot of bad shit going on in this city, in this suburb? Because it has a high crime rate. That's the answer. Right? You're actually finding crime, you know, and this isn't an anomaly either, chat. Other cities, other suburban areas, and in fact, rural areas in the middle of America actually often have higher crime rates than urban areas on the coast, right? So there we go. There's your answer. But no, you're fucking locked onto this gangs thing because you're like, I want there to be gangs. I need there to be gangs. We need more reason to demonize immigrants. We need more reason to get tough on crime. So I need there to be gangs. I really, really need it.
General. And look,
just like I need it to be the top of the hour ad break, which comes every hour on the top of the hour and lasts for 3 minutes at a time. Those are 3 minutes of your life that you will never get back. The only way that you can get out of it is with a Twitch Prime sub for free, or possibly with a discounted, as the subs are discounted this month on Twitch, right? This month only, it's September, and subs cost, I think, $4 instead of $6. So you could get it for a discount by paying for it, or you could possibly be gifted one, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
There have also been some pretty interesting arrests ever since this story went viral. Let's go to this next graphic, where the Denver Post reports that police have identified 10 people linked to the Tren de Aragua gang who are operating in Aurora, and 6 of those people have been arrested and are in custody. Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan told the Denver Post. Some are in custody in connection with a previously reported shooting on Nome Street in July. And so that shooting took place on July 28th. 2 people were shot. 1 other person was injured. Now, Moylan said that the officers have not yet arrested any gang members on charges related to collecting rent from residents at the Aurora properties. So these arrests are separate, but it also shows that there is a presence of this gang in Aurora and that police are trying to grapple with it.
Yeah, no, it's a high crime area, and yeah, there's going to be gangs there.
By the way, that interim police chief declined to comment on how many criminal acts connected to Tren de Aragua members are currently under investigation, citing the ongoing investigative work. He said the police department has been investigating the gang for a year and that the residents make.
Wait, I thought the interim police chief was she.
Making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Let me read that one more time so people can hear it loud and clear.
She is so fucking salty.
The interim police.
She does not like being called out for selling out.
Chief said that the residents making
complaints as their views crash, as TYT burns,
about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who,
as they become largely irrelevant, as other platforms such as Crooked and Midas Touch subsume their presence on YouTube, on the internet.
Live in the buildings. Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
But don't worry, she's going to have right-wingers supporting her.
Yeah. So
and if not in terms of views and or engagement, right? Which TYT does not seem to be doing great on right now. Definitely in terms of boosting them, of astroturfing TYT.
You're going to hear from
because they are useful idiots.
One of the residents in a second, and it's compelling. But I think almost everyone involved in this story is full of crap. So the governor, Jared Polis, who I like for other reasons, but
because he's a libertarian douchebag, is that why you like him? He doesn't have a state tax. Like, I don't know. Is it one of these states, chat? Does anybody know? Does Colorado have a sales tax? I know that some states have no income tax and they have a sales tax, and it ends up kind of impacting poorer people more. It's essentially a tax on the poor. Emphasis on the turf part. That's right, Lady Badash.
Case, Anna's 100% right. There is no problem. That's why I did a task force months earlier. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. And then the mayor, Mike Kaufman, who's a Republican.
They did a task force months ago. They looked into the complaints, and they did not see what you all are trying to superimpose on here, which is a apartment complex that has been taken over by a violent gang from Venezuela, right? That's what's missing. They're actually using Occam's razor to say that this is a negligent landlord getting out of their responsibilities by crying wolf. And in this case, Tren de Aragua is that wolf, right? Using people's racism, using their pre-existing biases in order to deflect from what he's doing wrong, or rather what he's not doing for the residents.
Polis is a Democrat.
Florida is like that regarding sales tax.
This is a problem because of the border.
Colorado has a flat income tax. Oh, wow. And a 4.4 sales tax. Oh, so it's a mix. Wait, somebody told me that Jared Polis, does he favor like a no state tax or something? Like Jared Polis is a Democrat, but people call him a libertarian. He's not, he's a part of the Democratic Party. He's not a part of the Libertarian Party, but people joke that, or I don't know if it's even a joke. I think that it's his like economic policies are to the right and his social policies are to the left is what I'm kind of getting. You say salty, I say bitchy and ignorant. Well, I'm bitchy and ignorant too, but you don't hate me, right?
Brother, the border's what, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from you? Do you run the city or don't you? Like, let's say that a terrible gang came in, crossed the border, which actually they largely fly in, and they drove all the way to Colorado and they came to Aurora, Colorado. So you're gonna do nothing about it because, oh, Biden should have done something earlier, so I'm just gonna let them do it.
Or bust it.
Lookswine says Polis is not a libertarian. It does have a sales tax. So there is there is a sales. Oh, there's a flat tax. There we go. So there's a conservative policy. I don't know if Polis passed it or not. I honestly don't know much about Jared Polis.
Remember, Denver was one of the places where Greg Abbott was busing migrants into.
But I do know that there's that ad break now.
So I don't know. Look, I don't know how these individuals arrived to that area, but that's just something you should.
Colorado also does not have a sales tax on food.
Keep in mind, because that was something that was happening.
Yeah. So Mike Kaufman, look, I'm the most mad at him because he's the one that's going, there's a big problem, and I'm not doing anything about it. So which one is it? Then I guess you're a loser, total utter loser who should definitely be fired in the next election. Who says, oh, there's giant gangs taking over buildings, and I'm not gonna send in the cops. I'm not gonna send in anyone. All I'm gonna do is blame Biden for political reasons. Okay, well, you seem like a real profile in courage and not at all full of crap. Obviously, you're full of crap. If you think it's a giant problem, do something. Otherwise, you should obviously be fired. Now, right wing, left wing. So the right wing says, oh, because there's a criminal migrant gang, we should ban all immigrants. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times. I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants, and 4 times as many crimes as documented immigrants. So if we're gonna kick people out of the country based on how much crime they commit, we'd have to kick out the native-born Americans. And now right-wingers are going, hold on, dude. It's not my logic, it's your logic. If you're saying based on crime, native-born people are the biggest criminals. So if that breaks your heart, wait a minute. You say that about immigrants. So when I say it factually about you, why does it bother you? Oh, if it bothers you, you think it might bother them, especially.
Look, I want Anna Kasparian to have to go on Breaking Points and call Sagar and Crystal, like, I don't know, leftists, right? You're gonna have to go on to Breaking Points and call them leftists. I don't even think that actual Justice Warrior was like as definitive and was as defensive as Anna Kasparian, right? So Jink's trying to soften it by being like, well, we're not against kicking, or we're not for you know, the Trumpian policy of get tough on immigration, but you're literally like signal boosting Trump's campaign in this fucking video.
You're lying about it? About that?
And you're spreading a narrative. This is the problem. This is a problem. You're spreading a fucking boomer ass narrative because it is economically expedient for you to do so. And that's why I call you fucking sellouts. And you are sellouts.
On the other hand, the left wing. Why do you guys want to deny that any crime exists in the world? Like, where do you, like, how do you?
Jink, your argument isn't that any crime exists in the world, right? Nobody's going to argue with that. That's a silly thing to say. That's a silly thing to say. The argument is that crime rates are going down, and Anna and actual Justice Warrior are in denial over this. They are coping and they are seething because they want there to be higher crime rates in order to justify their get tough on crime approach. Right? And even when they see, here's the crime statistics, they're lower than they were last year. They're like, no. Some of the police departments aren't recording, and those are the ones with the huge crime epidemics. No, it's a big conspiracy. That's right. All the cops are in a conspiracy to make it look like the crime is low so they can get less funding. What fucking sense does that make? In some ways, Jink in this video is kind of acting as a fig leaf for TYT. He is the one that still pretends to care about progressive priorities, whereas Anna has pretty much sold out.
I think that gives you credibility. And like, well, how does it help anyone? I mean, you claim you care about migrants, then why don't you care about the migrants that are in those buildings? In fact, I think the cops aren't going in, and the mayor didn't do anything.
All right, Shorts chat, click the link on the pinned, and it will take you to the stream. This stream is ending. We're all gonna fucking end the stream in the full scale stream. So get in there. Now we actually might not have to look whether we have to end the stream right away or in a little while. It kind of depends on you. Right now we are only 35% away from the dono goal. If we hit that dono goal before the stream is over, we are getting, it's tick, 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 right? We're getting close to it. We have a very good chance of chat choosing violence and opening up a whole treasure trove of Suntint. Delicious milk from President Sunday. And weird sexual harassing stuff. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I'm selling this. I don't know if I'm selling this very well, right? Sunday's gotten weird, chat. Sunday's gotten weird. He's still talking about Tyler, and it keeps getting weirder. That's what chat seems to be choosing right now. We've also got Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. A lot of people are voting for that, but chat choosing violence is slightly ahead. Of course, that could all change by you donating. When you donate, you could let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice to actually help the topic that you want to see as bonus content become the bonus content for the day, which will happen if we hit that one, if we get from 65% to 100%. So I'm going to end the stream now in the Shorts chat. We will all meet in the full scale chat. I will see you there. All right. And